right at the start about the Elder Scrolls 6, as well as some other cool things, which we'll get onto in a second as soon as I start the stream. But I'm super excited to share this with you guys. Let's go live here. Welcome to the channel, guys. We are reacting to Todd Howard's interview with Lex Fridman, and he's a really cool guy. His interviews are always on point, and this is one of the most genuine Todd Howard interviews hopefully that you won't ever see, but it's the most genuine one we've seen so far. It's just so laid back and relaxed, and they just have a conversation about the Elder Scrolls 6, Fallout, Skyrim, and everything we love about Bethesda. And there's also some information on the Elder Scrolls 6's release date that I want to talk about as well. Let's go ahead and just start the video here, and then we'll get into that.
Blink once if you know when Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out, but are not going to tell me.
So right there, when he asked that question he does in the interview, Todd Howard doesn't blink, which I thought was interesting, because if right now, in the UK this is going on, the release date of the Elder Scrolls 6 is actually known. It's not public knowledge, but it's known. Since Microsoft, who owns Bethesda, are buying Activision and Blizzard, the CMA, who regulate fair business in the UK, and competition, making sure that they don't have the monopoly of the video game market, are currently investigating the purchase of those additional companies. And what has happened in these documents published on the government website, you can actually find, so let me get this up. Here we go. We can find this little infograph just here. And it says, it talks about the Elder Scrolls 6's release date. However, it's been retracted from the published documents by the UK government. But it's basically saying we expect the Elder Scrolls 6 to come out around this time. So it's known they have like a scheduled release date, but I wouldn't pay too much heed to it, because right now we don't even have a Starfield release date. It was estimated to be early next year, but I reckon it's actually going to get pushed back to sort of Christmas time next year. So Starfield's release date, sorry, not Elder Scrolls. But hopefully we get some more information on that soon. And we know after Starfield comes the Elder Scrolls 6 and then Fallout 5 after that, as Todd Howard has confirmed in many interviews. But the fact that that release date is known, obviously only by the UK government that has access to those documents. I've asked my friend who's a lawyer, and he said you'd have to specifically request access to it. Even as a lawyer, he can't look at it. But it's just really interesting and quite exciting that those dates are out there and there's a plan there, which is obvious. There obviously is a plan there, but it's just exciting as a huge fan of the series that the release date has been mentioned somewhere. I don't know if it will ever leak, or those people know how much of a fan we are of knowing that release date. But anyway, let's go back to the actual interview itself and begin watching. So sit back and relax, guys. It's a 3-hour-long interview, and probably one of the most genuine, heartfelt interviews we've seen from Todd Howard. That's just very naturally and relaxed. And yeah, he just really is open about everything, which I love, because it just seems super genuine. So I like that.
The following is a conversation with Todd Howard, one of the greatest video game designers of all time. He has led the development of the Fallout series and the Elder Scrolls series, including Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and the future Elder Scrolls 6, and a totally new world in an upcoming game called Starfield. Many of these have won Game of the Year awards and have been some of the most celebrated and impactful games ever made. To me, Skyrim is quite possibly the greatest game ever.
He's right.
This is the Lex Fridman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Todd Howard. Is it possible that we are currently living inside a video game that the future you designed? Can you give hints as to how one would escape if this was a video game? How can a video game character escape to outside the video game?
It's like a Matrix.
Are these things you don't consider when you design the game?
Actually, we do. Because in the kind of games that we make, we want it to be as open as possible. So, when you start a game, you're always testing it. What can I do? What would the game allow me to do? And you check everything. You try to pick up the mugs. You try every door. You collide with everything. Like, hey, what are the rules of this world? We try to do games where, we say yes as much as possible. That leads to some level of chaos. But if you were stuck in a video game, you would try everything, and usually you're going to find a door or a space where the designers didn't anticipate you piling all those crates up and getting over a wall that they didn't expect.
Right. So it's not a designed doorway out. It's a accidental, unintended doorway out, and it's a happy bug.
You could like Truman Show, just get in the ocean and go till it's
Just keep going, keep going.
Right.
But the more realistic the game becomes, the harder it is to find that door. The bigger the world, the bigger the open world.
And then as we do it, we learn they're going to find a way. So just don't try to pen them in. Usually we leave like this developer test cell area in the game that we don't anticipate anyone will find. And they ultimately find it. It usually has crates of all the weapons in the game and things like that.
There's literally a cell in Skyrim where all the dead NPCs go. Like, you can teleport in there, and you just have every NPC that you've killed in the game in this like little X-shaped cell, which is just hilarious. By the way, just to pretense this, guys, yeah, this is a 3-hour-long interview, and I'm going to be talking at the same time. Just so I don't waste your time, though, the next topic of conversation is NPC technology, and they do go back over a little bit of that. I have pre-watched some of this to check if it was worth live streaming to you guys, because I didn't want to waste your time, and it's really juicy. They talk about loads of technology they're going to have in upcoming games. Todd actually leaks an unannounced game that is now confirmed by him that they are working on that game. Before we didn't know, but I'll talk more about that when we get there. Talk about Daggerfall, Arena, Bethesda, video game graphics, the essence of a video game, Redguard, creating open worlds, super intelligent NPCs, Starfield, Elder Scrolls 6, Fallout, character creation, quest and items, Xbox, greatest game of all time, day in the life of Todd Howard, advice for young people, Fallout TV show, Indiana Jones game, which Todd Howard is also directing. We haven't heard really anything about that. And the meaning of life. So here we go.
The little hints you drop now will just drive people mad, which is something I enjoy deeply. So Skyrim NPCs have at times hilarious dialogue. What does it take to build a good NPC dialogue?
The main thing is to make them reactive. A lot of times when you write characters for movies or things like that, you want to make that character interesting for themselves, right? What's their story? And there's some characters like that the player definitely cares about. But the best characters are the ones that react to you. Mm-hmm. So you'll find a lot of people love our guards, and the guards are written almost purely to be reactive. Hey, nice tie. I like your jacket. Do this cool watch. Hey, what'd you do? And so that, hey, you're the man as you walk by, that makes them interesting. Or the way they react to something that you do. Lydia in Skyrim, who everybody loves, I'm sworn to carry your burdens. That's a generic line that all of the, housecarls have. And
same with Nazim. They didn't know how hated he was actually going to be. He was just a generic NPC with some lines. But I think what people like about Lydia is the fact that she does react to you. Like, she does things in the game when you're playing with her as your follower that are reactive and exciting. And the same with the guards. That's like the best sort of D&D experience, when like the world is reacting to everything the player is doing and engaging with, and that really like comes back down to the roots of what makes a great roleplay game. Is just the world and environment reacting to you. So it's cool to hear Todd say that. Obviously he knows it,
It just kind of lands when she says it.
Why does it land? Did you anticipate it would land?
There's a slight snarkiness in that particular read of it, and you're asking her to do something, and she's reacting to you.
What about the trade-off between maybe the randomness and the scripted nature of the dialogue? Like, is there any room for randomness of the dialogue tree?
Oh, absolutely. We tend to write them in stacks with, it's a very small, think of it as a small state machine that just says, okay, this is what's happening. Here's a random list of things I could say to that. And then some of that plays out in ways you don't anticipate. But we look at the things, what are the players doing that we could have the characters respond to that they don't expect, jumping on tables or stealing stuff or, sneaking in the middle of the night or those kind of things. The more that we can do, the more reactive and interesting the characters appear.
And these state machines, how big are these things? Are these individual to the individual characters? It's just fascinating how you design state machines. Is it just a giant?
I would think of the AI as one big one. Yeah.
Oh, so
for sort of everybody.
So there's an AI.
There's a manager for all the people.
Yeah.
And one of the things
people manager.
Right.
Nice.
One of the things that makes what we do particularly unique is, and this is a trade-off for what people are seeing, because a lot of it's not on the screen, but we're using cycles to run this, which is we're thinking about everybody in the whole world all the time. The ones that are further away at a much less tick rate, they go into low, but we know if they want to walk across the world, and we're running every quest at the same time. Yeah. Whereas in other open world games, you start an activity, the rest of the world's going to shut down so that they can really make that as impactful. I really prefer that the rest of it's going on. It's more of a simulation that we're building. So when those things collide, that's where it gets the most interesting.
Definitely.
And so we're running all of those people and understanding where they want to go and their cycles and what they want to do. And the ones that are closer to you, we just update a lot more.
You see, they actually really tried to do this in Oblivion, and I reacted to like the E3 live show, which no one really watched back then. But Todd Howard explained how they tried to make the guards like the sentient AI or like the NPCs that were in towns. But what would happen is you'd have an NPC walking around and they'd have a whole like day and night cycle. And they'd be hungry. So they'd run out of food, and the only way they could get food was killing, like brutally slaughtering other NPCs that had food, like the farmers and stuff, to get the food so that they could eat and continue to survive. So that's what he means by like the chaos just taking place, if you let the AI go a bit crazy.
Way to think about it.
I mean, that's really fascinating. That's something that people had, they were wondering about to what degree it's possible to run the world without you. So there is a feeling to role-playing games that you're at the center of the world, and the whole world rotates around you, as it does in normal life. Like when we walk around, right. When you forget yourself, you start to take yourself very seriously, like you are the center of the world. You forget that there's 8 billion people on Earth, and you forget that they have lives. That's actually a sobering realization, that they all have really interesting life stories, and they have their worries. They suffer in different, complicated ways. And yet, when you play a role-playing game, both computationally and from a storytelling perspective, you wonder if the world goes on without you. Like if you take a break and you come back, is there still a bustling town that now has a history since you have last visited? So to what degree can you create a world that goes on without you?
I just want to say quickly, I interviewed Ted Peterson, who's the original writer of the Elder Scrolls games, and we discussed like the games, how they were then, how they are now, like Daggerfall and the procedural generation and stuff. And the game he's actually making now, which I'll link that interview below so you can check it out. But the game he's making now is actually like got the concept that the world just moves on around you and you're in the world, but you things don't wait for you like in Skyrim. That can be for better or worse. Like, for example, apparently armies could go around destroying other kingdoms, kind of like in Mount and Blade Bannerlord, while you're just there, trying to level up your alchemy or something. I find it quite interesting. I don't know how it's going to play out, but it's definitely going to be exciting and chaotic when that comes out. So I recommend watching that interview too if you're interested, because that's exactly what he's talking about. Though I think Skyrim tries to do it to the degree that it doesn't interfere with the player's godlike, god complex experience too much.
Goes on at the same time as you do your thing, whatever the heck you're doing.
We don't prioritize the stuff you can't see, so it's more like an amusement park. If you study like the design, our level designers did this, how do they build Disney World in these places? So it still exists for you, the player. So it is fairly, when you're going to come in, this is what you're going to see. The shops are in the front. You're going to do this. It's just for us to make it far more believable and get some more emergent behavior that not just make that sort of the verisimilitude of what you're in for that moment, but you buy it all. I always say, like, we got to do the little things so that you buy the reality of the virtual world you're in. So we want to do something crazy, when a dragon lands or a deathclaw comes out of the wasteland or those kind of things that it has the impact to you as the viewer that it would to the people in the world.
Okay. But still, you are simulating stuff that's close to you. It is a bit of a simulation going on.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And so that creates some interesting dynamics then.
Of course.
And the stuff that we're looking at in the future, our plan is to push that even more, to think about how these things exist in the world first. Then we do some of this, but even more so in the future to say, how do these things exist? Take like a faction in the world. What is their role in the world, as opposed to just their role is for the player to join it, go through a bunch of quests and become the head of the faction. Think a little bit deeper about the simulation and what would the Mages Guild be doing in a fantasy world, or the Fighters Guild be doing in a fantasy world, versus just sign up, do quests, get gold.
This was one of my favorite things about the mods some people added that added random sort of characters walking around the world. And they were just like off to help strangers or traveling merchants. But then they also had like some of the random encounters, which you never really saw enough of. But you'd have like some Thalmor like escorting a prisoner somewhere. And if you read into the lore, you'd understand why that was. And you could kill them and free the prisoner sort of thing. And you'd have different emissaries walking around. And there's so many little details like that, like a thief trying to rob people, or a bandit from Oblivion trying to catch you at the bridge. And, if you weren't wearing expensive clothes, you could actually get away with not paying them the bounty they asked for. It's things like that that I really enjoy. And when he says that he wants to make the factions actually look like they're engaging in the world and not just with the player when you arrive to join the Companions Guild, the Companions Guild, the one time I think you see them just helping out like the locals is beyond like you doing the quests and following them, is when you arrive at Whiterun and there's a giant attacking a farm, and the companions are there to help. And you're like, oh wow, I immediately understand who these people are and what they're doing and what their role in the universe is. And that's one of the few times of any faction where you really see that. I would love to just watch the Dark Brotherhood, like just walk into a building at nighttime, see a Dark Brotherhood assassin just assassinating some random NPC, and I'm just like, whoa, I've walked into something crazy here. But those are obviously scripted events. They're probably really hard to do.
And so that when you show up to that Mages Guild, it's a bustling guild full of stuff going on.
It's not just that it's bustling, it's that they feel rooted in it. They don't feel like a storefront for come here, do quests, get experience.
Is that one of the essential components of randomly generated worlds? So when I think back to Daggerfall as a gigantic world, when I first played it, I thought you're just struck by the immensity of it.
Right.
The immensity of the possibility. When you're young and you look into your future, it's wide open and you can do anything. And that's what Daggerfall felt like. The openness was gigantic.
And Daggerfall is interesting coming off Arena, where Arena does the same thing, but Daggerfall in many...
Oh, actually, this is quite interesting. This is a map of where all the games are based. Daggerfall was actually the size of England, like physically, to walk from one side to the other would be like walking across the whole of the UK. Obviously, Hammerfell, where the Elder Scrolls 6 is based, done so many videos on that. But just in case anyone news watching, subscribe to the channel if you're interested in that news. Tribunal, Elder Scrolls Travels. Obviously, Elder Scrolls Online encompasses the whole map. But yeah, we really have been to a lot of different locations in this. It's cool to see.
Ways is bigger despite focusing on an area because of how the density of, okay, this is how much physical game space we'll do for these villages and towns. And it does feel endless, even though you're looking at a map that has constraints. And Daggerfall actually was a touchstone for us going into Starfield for how we do the planets, because there's a different kind of gameplay experience when you just wander outside a city in Daggerfall than, follow a quest line and go to this place, and it's completely handcrafted, and everything around every corner we've kind of placed like Skyrim. Starfield's a bit more like Daggerfall, and if you wander outside the city, we're going to be generating things, and you kind of get used to that game flow, different than we've done before, and fun in a different kind of way.
We'll talk about Starfield. So just for people who don't know, and how dare you for not knowing, but with Daggerfall, we're talking about the Elder Scrolls series that started. So we're talking about the big titles within the series. Started with Arena in 94, Daggerfall in 96. I didn't look up the years before this. This is depressing or awesome. So all of these games brought hundreds, probably for some of them thousands of hours of joy for me. So Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. So I don't remember Arena being that open world.
Well, it's all the provinces. It follows kind of the same pattern. It just doesn't have all the number of villages and places that Daggerfall has, while Daggerfall focuses on the Iliac Bay area. Arena does it all. It just changes the scale in terms of, one block on the map equals this much space.
There is something that, I'm speaking to anecdotal experience, but I just remember it feeling wide open, Daggerfall.
It definitely was, yes.
In the way Arena didn't. I don't remember. Maybe because Arena, it was so cool to have the role playing game aspect. You were focused on the items and the character development.
Daggerfall has a lot more depth, particularly in the character system. That's what it introduces, all of the skills and those kind of things. Arena it's a game I love.
It's almost like an action game, isn't it? Elder Scrolls Arena. I spoke to Ted about it a bit. It was really interesting, very insightful, actually.
And it's very, very elegant. If you look at the first one, where it's just an XP-based system, do this, get XP, level up. Very classic role-playing game. Daggerfall digs deep into who's your character, how are you going to develop it, what are your skills, there's advantages, there's disadvantages. And the environment going full 3D from Arena, which is actually like a 2.5D Doom style engine. That I agree with you that Daggerfall feels like there's more possibilities when you're playing it.
Were you able to look up to the sky in Daggerfall?
Yep.
My memory
is full 3D. Yeah.
So that's what full 3D means, and then you can go outside the city.
You can walk outside the cities. You can do that in Arena too, but it looks more fakey, right? It's all going to be a flat plane. Here comes things, and then a dungeon entrance is a 8-bit. Here comes a little flat coming at the camera.
So before we go to the end, in the middle, so from Starfield to Fallout and the Elder Scrolls series, let's go to the very beginning. What's the origin story? You know what? Let's even go before then. When's the first time you remember the thing that made you fall in love with video games?
Well, I think it's partly, my age coming up with the arcades and playing, Space Invaders at the pizza place, and then Pac-Man really... It's interesting about video games and what Pac-Man did for video games, where it popularized them in a way that was just insane at the time. Had a song,
Infinite.
A cartoon, had all of the things. Nintendo comes along. So it was always part of, I think if you were a kid growing up then, it was such a newness to playing things like that. I remember being in 5th grade when the TRS-80 was brought into the classroom and there was a Star Trek game. And I was enamored with it, and they were going to start teaching some rudimentary programming. Like, okay, would you like to know how this is made? And I was hooked. It's like, I need to figure out how to make this stuff. And so I was self-taught programmer, and my whole goal was to write my own video games. And, by 6th, 7th grade, I had written my own much better Star Trek clone for the
of course.
Apple II. And I really enjoyed programming on the Apple II then. And that, I think, was the right level of like complexity, at that age, where you could you were always learning, but you could still understand a lot of the problem set for like, this is what I want to get on the screen. And I was also into art. So I did a lot of art and I did a lot of programming, and I was always making games. That was my hobby from the time I was, 10 or 12.
What was
That's so
you involved in making games? Like, how did you think of it? Was it from a graphics perspective, like what shows up on screen? Was it how it makes you feel? Was it about the story? Was it the text-based stuff and the dialogue and the prompting? Like what does it mean to create a video game at that young age to you?
Well, it was a way of experiencing things that I couldn't myself. So, if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons at the time too, where you really feel, even pen and paper, these are like they feel somewhat, in quotes, real to you as you're playing them. You're very invested in your character and what you're doing. And then I loved the games, the Wizardry and Ultima, that were able to bring that to a computer so I could, do it on my own time. It was very, very real to me. I'd sit in my bedroom and then go to bed and think about it. And then, oh no, I have to go to school. I want to come home and figure out how to do this problem in the game. And so whatever I was creating was something that...
Ultima Online as well was very much like one of those games where it didn't hold your hand. It was very, so when he says he's like thinking about it constantly, it definitely has that effect. But there's not many hardcore games like that. I think Bethesda have simpled down, Skyrim compared to what Daggerfall was and so on. Not necessarily for the better or worse, but it's definitely brought in a larger audience. But a lot of people miss those sort of complete role-play game freedoms
that I was excited about at the time. I made a Raiders of the Lost Ark game.
Like with graphics and everything?
Yeah, it was usually, made a Miami Vice game, made a Gru the Wanderer game, made a Traveler game. But every time I was doing it, I wanted to figure out a new method on the Apple II of pulling it off graphically, whether that was editing character sets to get graphics in different formats, or how can I enable the secret double high-res mode it had, or just things like that, where it became kind of this limitless, what can I make this do? And I had some friends who were doing the same thing, and then you get into who can impress each other. And I was kind of middle of the pack, I would say. But again, this was the time where they're bringing computers into the school, and the Apples come into the school, and the teachers are learning it because they have to teach the students. But then I would say I was part of a group of students that were like way past that.
I've mastered this.
It was very much of a self-taught, how do you make this thing dance?
I'd like to ask a straight...
I feel like it's like that when you're learning anything in life. Like, if you go to university, 100%, like, if you guys are young out there, you go to university, you'll teach yourself everything you know. Like, you can go to lectures and you get, like, a little bit of hints of what's going on with here and that. You can ask questions. But you fundamentally, like, in anything in life that you'll be successful at, you will teach yourself most of it. And you'll go to the people and ask them the right questions if you need to figure out certain details. But the majority of things, you just teach yourself it. And it's always a passion thing, Done that with like painting, video games, video editing, Photoshop, and everything required to be a YouTuber. Like I'm sure, many of you have in your disciplines. You guys think that's true?
Strange question. So at that time, a lot of people consider you one of, if not the greatest game designer creator of all time. You were middle of the pack then. Did you have a sense that
Nothing
this would
wrong
be
with
your
that.
life, and you would also be creating, the greatest games ever?
Not in the slightest. No, I don't think anybody. But I was very much like that was my dream at that age. But you don't think that that's a job. And as I got older, I was really going through college, and I even the computer classes then weren't where I wanted them to be. So I was still kind of doing my own stuff. And I ended up getting a business degree and then interviewing for some jobs, like finance jobs. So, well, I guess
what
I
a
should
waste.
do this to make money, and I can keep doing this on the side. And I remember I actually got to like the final level of like this corporate finance job at Circuit City.
Nice.
And they turned me down. And I was like, fuck them. I'm just going to go make video games. So thank you, Circuit City.
Yeah, I remember Circuit City. I think they went bankrupt, actually.
Well, they were based in Richmond. I was going to school close to there. And
So what's the origin story of you joining Bethesda Softworks at the time?
So I had gotten Wayne Gretzky Hockey 3 for Christmas from my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife.
Playing the long game, bro.
And I noticed that it was, in Rockville, Maryland. And, that's on my way home over Christmas break back to William & Mary, where I went to college. And I was at this point committed, like, this is what I want to do. So I'm just going to drive by and knock on the door, which is what I did. So I drove by.
You can't do that anymore, man. We used to be such a cool age where you could just do that and you could really meet some cool people and get a good job. But like, damn, now you have to go through like 1 million people applying for the same job and you have to distinguish yourself in some way.
And knocked on the doors, Martin Luther King Day, 93.
That was when I was born then.
Someone came out and met me and said, well, maybe, and I said, well, I'm in college. I'm talking about when I'm out of school. I'm like, well, okay, well, contact us then. And I will say I would contact them every once in a while. I did work for a small software company right out of school down in that area of Williamsburg, and still would contact Bethesda. Arena had just come out. So then we're in 94. Arena had just come out and I loved it. So I was into sports games. I like the hockey stuff. They did a basketball game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, they did like 6 sports games, 6. Bethesda released 10 games, 6 of them sports games, and NCAA basketball, Hockey League Simulator.
Hockey League Simulator, yeah. So there was really like sports Gridiron, which is like the first kind of physics-based football game at the time. And there's a famous story with Electronic Arts trying to do Madden and then hiring Bethesda before my time to make Madden because they were struggling. And when I started at Bethesda, I remember the owner had John Madden's Oakland Raiders playbook in his office. Like, ooh, can I see that? And I love sports, right? So I still play Madden to this day. I love it.
So there's an alternate reality where
I made sports games?
Yeah,
absolutely. I wanted to make like the ultimate college football game. Well, it's always like, it's like music. You probably listen to lots of type of music. Like you don't play every type.
But I think of open worlds as fundamentally different.
Well, sure.
No, like source of happiness, entertainment, storytelling, world gaming than Madden. I mean, it's just because I love both. I love both worlds, but
they're two totally different experiences. Just like when you might watch a movie, you might be in the mood for Lord of the Rings one day, and then you want some other, I don't know, competitive show or game show or something like that, or watch football on TV, right? You watch football on TV, but then I want to get really into Game of Thrones. Yeah. So I think all those things have validity. And actually, one of the first things I worked on when I started at Bethesda was NCAA basketball, Road to the Final Four 2. So that was kind of an external project. Came in like, hey, you know sports, get this game done. And then went on to, but they were doing everything I loved. It was like, this is where I have to work. They're doing like the Terminator science fiction stuff. I love that. They're doing these open world role playing games. Like I love that. And they're doing sport.
But speaking of science fiction, Bethesda have wanted to do a sci-fi game like Starfield for so long. It got cancelled multiple times, but now they're finally doing it. I'm so hyped for that. But yeah, we're going through the old Bethesda days right now for a few minutes, and then we're going on to video game graphics, then the essence of a video game, and then Redguard.
It's like this, I have to work here. So
and
started there, and
you loved.
I loved it. Yeah. So when I came in,
dream job.
It had just come out, and they were doing the CD-ROM version. So CD-ROMs aren't even out yet.
It used to be floppy disks. That's probably one of what was
we would burn them in the basement. We had the disk replicators.
Right. So Arena was not released on floppy. It was
It
released on
was. Yeah, I believe it's 6 floppy disks.
6 floppy disks.
Jesus.
Maybe it was 8.
Yeah.
But in those days, the
Stack.
number of floppy disks was very, very important to what the money you were making. So, if you wanted to do a big, huge game, like, well, that's just too many disks. So the CD-ROM became this jumping off point for the whole industry where, oh, it's unlimited data.
Yeah.
By the way, I
Not
played
quite.
Arena. So that was of course attained legally,
Through
as one does,
alternate means,
by alternate means,
right?
on floppy disks, and that was such an incredible, as you probably have seen, interacted with a large number of people. It's a whole world. It's a world that you escape to in the way, like your favorite book, like Lord of the Rings. It was unlike anything else. It was incredible. It's probably, I mean, of course, as people say, it's the first game you play is the most, is the one that really sentimentally means the most to you. That's, I think, the first role-playing game I played, and it was just changed everything.
Was Arena?
It was Arena, yeah. I think Daggerfall is what I really kind of really played, especially because, like you said, the character development was really rich, but just like that you can feel like you travel to this whole other world that's less about entertainment, like a shooting game,
right,
and more about a world. It felt like it's a world, like you're literally there. You can travel there, you can live there, you actually feel like that person, versus like a Pac-Man, like an arcade, fun, entertaining adventure game. So
That's an RPG.
so you made it. What did you work on first there?
Everyone did a bunch of stuff. So I worked on the basketball game, really just to get it out the door, and Terminator Future Shock. So we were doing Future Shock and Daggerfall at the same time.
That was his first game, I think.
They were developing a new engine. So it was one of the first 3D engines, the X engine. There were a bunch of guys from Denmark. Actually, it was there's a big Danish demo scene in those days in the PC, and so a bunch of the top programmers there. Well, look, this is not big. This is not a big company. Maybe there's 20 people in development, and we were doing both Daggerfall and the new Terminator. And so Daggerfall was a bit more, again, behind the Terminator game. So I was one of the main people on the Terminator team, and I don't know, things kind of worked out. I very quickly, I don't know why, like I quickly became the producer, and I was making levels and doing all these things, and it was awesome. And I, like, looking back now, I can understand it better. But at the time, I didn't appreciate it, which is no one quite owned the Terminator license. It was in like this limbo legally. So there was no one to tell us what to, like, no, you can't do that. So we would, pick apart the movies and, how does he mention the gun he wants and the wattage of the laser and all these things?
Jesus.
So Future Shock is a game that I still love today. It does a lot of things that if you go back and look at it, we're frankly still doing. Like, it's a large open world, post-apocalyptic, landscape height map with instanced objects all over it. And that is still a lot of how we build our worlds.
It's Fallout 3 now.
Instanced object.
It's, some games, every, wall or building is kind of unique in its data, whereas we would just build, these little husks of buildings and then place them all over the place. So the memory and the way you render it is much more optimal.
So that allows you to build a bigger world.
Allows you to build a bigger world much faster, and not, not every single version of that building isn't its own unique architecture that is going to take up memory and processing speed, et cetera, et cetera.
So you're there very much feeling the computational constraints of the system when you're creating these open worlds.
And you know what? That's the thing then. You see some of it now, but in those times, I do feel like every year the technology moved. And maybe it's because same thing, we're like that my age at that time, where every year somebody was coming up with some new method or some new game system. And it was every year that innovation. And then,
It's like that now.
3D acceleration comes along. And then these things come along. And then HD comes along. And it is true that as time goes on, there is visually a diminishing return in terms of what you're able to do on the screen. And there's a ton of work that goes into it now, because just rendering this cup to the perfect shine and material and roughness, and how does the global illumination off this wall, it's a ton of work. But you can pretty much do what you want now if you want to put the time in. Whereas then, you can't.
This is one of the reasons people don't realize they used to whack out like a new game every year, or even a few games from like a company with like 20 people in development, right? At Bethesda, they'd have a few games a year. They were easy just to pop out, because now, like he said, with the cup, like, we have to put so many different things into just rendering a cup. You've got like someone working on the textures, someone doing the lighting, someone doing the 3D model of the cup, someone doing the environmental design, the level design of the room. Like, there's you have so many different disciplines that have to come together to make one thing, and sometimes they don't even communicate very well, so that also delays things. So these companies get bigger and bigger to dish out like, the latest Assassin's Creed game, even though they're reusing assets from previous stuff that they already made, and they're like pouring it in and stuff. It takes so long to make a video game these days. That's why, the Elder Scrolls 6, new Fallout games take so long, because there's just so much more to do compared to back then, when you just, you play like the latest game every year and it was pretty easy.
Do everything you want. So pick your battles really carefully, and technically you couldn't do what you want, if that makes sense.
How much trade-off is there now in how much effort you put into the realism of the graphics versus the story? And actually, not even how much effort you put in, but is there a trade-off in the experience, the feel of the game, in terms of realism and story?
Usually we will start with let the player have as much agency and do as many things as they can as possible. And we will sacrifice some graphic fidelity for that, some speed for that. We could make a game that, traditionally our games are, we okay with 30 frames a second as long as it looks really good and the simulation's running and all of those things. So we'll sacrifice some of that fidelity for the player experience. And
I can't remember what it was with Starfield, but was that at 30 FPS or 60 FPS? I can't remember if that was confirmed or not. But I know Xbox also has that technology that increases it, like, superficially almost to 60 FPS.
In the kind of things that I do. But from like a manpower standpoint, the graphics programmers work on graphics, the artists work on art, and we have a awesome team of artists and designers and writers and programmers. It's usually where we find, as time goes on, the amount of art time that it takes to create a cup compared to what it used to be, that has increased. So we do use, like most people use, art outsourcing as well, so that we still relatively, compared to our industry and what we're doing, have smaller teams.
What about the experience of the beauty of the graphics? So like one of the most amazing things about Skyrim, and maybe you could say that about some of the other games, but for me, Skyrim is the outdoor, when you step outside.
Yeah.
It's the outdoor scenery.
The big reveal.
So what does it take to create the feeling?
There was another interview with Todd Howard, just now he's mentioned that. I don't think he'll talk about it here necessarily, but he was saying Starfield has that big step out moment where you leave for the first time and you see everything. And it's in every Bethesda game now. I just think we can expect it in the Elder Scrolls 6, obviously. You're always in a prison somehow, in Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. And it's one of my favorite things. It's just like you leave the tutorial and then suddenly you have this big open world to explore and you're like, yep, I can just do whatever I like.
Especially of that, being outdoors, of nature, and just like lost in the beauty, whatever it is when you go hiking and you feel the awe of it. How do you create that awe? Is that graphics? What is that?
It's a lot of graphics. It's a lot of mood. We just talk about it in terms of tone. Mm-hmm. And those are, again, going back to my previous comment, the graphics are very, very important to us because, and we always push them, because when you're doing the kind of things we do where you step into a virtual world, it does have to have that moment of, wow, this feels real. I've never experienced this. And it's okay. I think it's okay to let just like the time settle, meaning you step out. Just how does the wind sound? How are the trees moving? How are the clouds moving? I enjoy strolling and watching the sunset. How does it land over the water? Like, it doesn't have to be like, hey, let's go. Let's finish a quest. Let's go kill things. Let's figure out the next step. Let's level up. Like,
Definitely.
I like the quiet moments a lot. And I think when you play our games, you can tell we spend a lot of time on them. Then you watch, like, the weather roll in. I think that's just part of being that character, being that person in that space.
Yeah, I saw that there's a mod that removes all enemies. I've been meaning to do that, to just do like a live stream where for hours walk around Skyrim, and then answer questions.
You can do that in the console if you just turn off the enemy AI and just disable it so they don't attack you. Easier than installing a mod, but I guess the mod does the same thing by removing the enemies. I always thought this is why I kind of like Elder Scrolls more than Fallout, is just because the world and environment are so beautiful. I can walk around Skyrim for ages, it's just lush and green and feel like there's something behind every tree. But when I go to like Fallout, I feel like it's a very different tone of game, right? Like you can't really enjoy walking around the wasteland. It's very threatening, a bit disturbing at times, and very, not pretty, but in a good way, if that makes sense. That's why our mod list has loads of trees and stuff, because I'm like, yeah, if something's behind a tree or forest, you feel like you've discovered it more. I don't know if I'm alone in saying that or not.
And so on. That just feels, that's a completely stress-free environment. It's just, you are, just like you said, in this moment in time. And it's so incredible. It feels as incredible as going hiking or something like that, but in a totally different place, like Iceland or something like that. Mm-hmm. This whole other surreal, ethereal place. It's it's incredible how you kind of create that. So graphics is a part of that, but also letting it, the temporal aspect of that, like the wind, the rustling sound and look and all of that.
The soundscape is really, really important. And the sky, we spend a lot of time on the sky because it's taking up much more of the screen than a lot of people give credit for.
This is really interesting that you just said that. Maybe he saw the Ted Peterson interview we did, because Ted was saying like the exact same thing, that the sky takes up like half your screen's real estate. And he said he wanted to have the sky in his new game to have like a lore, a concept, and it's actually going to interact with the player in some way, and it will affect, like, be quite an important gameplay mechanic. I don't want to spoil anything. You can watch the interview if you like, but it is very interesting.
What about the rendering, the openness of it? Like, how do you...
There's a lot of level of detail, streaming work, and nowadays it's getting more common. Like, frankly, the systems are built better for it. Mm-hmm. Hard drive speed is really prioritized. Like, they're so blazing fast. You take Skyrim and Oblivion and the fallouts of that 360 era. It was a lot of time spent on how do we get all this data streaming in as you move, and then levels of detail so you can see all the way, but not, crush the processor.
You know what? Let's even step back, because you mentioned tone. You mentioned tone a lot.
Mm.
What do you...
That's why they use LODs before we talk about tone. I just wanted to mention, Todd was, I think it was Pete Hines who talked about this, but they had like a data party because they got additional data space to put Skyrim on the Xbox. And that really allowed them to sort of push the limits of the game. But a lot of the stuff, now we mod Skyrim, we can do a lot more things in this now on PC compared to what the Xbox could do back then.
What do you mean by tone?
It's all of it together. If you look at, I think you can flip through, let's just take fantasy. You can sort of look at a couple images or things and know, how does Lord of the Rings different from Game of Thrones, that is different than... Arthurian like Excalibur, or your, Sci-Fi Channel series of the month kind of thing. And so finding what's going to make it kind of unique, and usually I lean on something that is grounded in reality for what it is, and then have lesser kind of fantastical things, at least at the start, and then they kind of build. So even when we do Starfield,
Aliens.
it's a science fiction game. There are laser guns and spaceships that fly around and shoot each other and blah, 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 blah. But it's grounded in, you can look at it and say, oh, okay, this is kind of an extension of things as we view them today in space. And we sort of take the same approach with Fallout, where admittedly things can get even a little bit crazier the longer you're developing Fallout content.
I think I like, just to quickly pause there, like the thing I like about Starfield is the idea they're going for this grounded feeling where it's like we're exploring space. The Constellation program is about exploration and discovery, and you're there experiencing it all for the first time as part of one of the pioneers of this space exploration team. And everything just seems like, we've seen a spaceship, you're like, yeah, that's what it would look like. It doesn't look like a sci-fi crazy Star Citizen kind of super realistic flying car, that's been overly designed. It's just like this purely practical thing with jet engines slammed on the side and so on. And then we're kind of discovering, you can kind of see this in the trailer when we analyzed it, some kind of alien thing that we don't fully understand, but it's going to answer a lot of questions, potentially. It might unlock something for Starfield 2. Maybe alien races, who knows? But they specifically haven't put those in. I'm kind of glad, actually, that they've grounded it in a way to sort of introduce you in this nice way to this new IP, and not just being like, hey, look, we have tons of crazy things going on. And that's more Fallout, I think, when you have that sort of a bit of a joking side to things as well.
So just to linger
like
on this,
Mothership Zeta.
The tone starts at, or defining the tone starts at creating a realistic experience. Like you feel like I could walk into this and this feels like life. Like
what's their technology level? Like even for a fantasy world, like is magic, how prevalent is it? Or are they making weapons and things and armor? Is it for utility? Is it for decoration? How do they live their lives? Does this feel like a place that you believe that it has some grounding in our reality, whether that's historical or near future, or that it's grounded in some semblance of the reality that you and I understand, so that it can feel, it's also making it feel a little bit welcoming.
Got to connect
okay,
to it.
I understand this.
Is that art or science? So like how do you know when it feels welcoming and everything fits and is grounded?
I don't know.
It's just history, like it's like say for example, like I know that some of the Elder Scrolls team have been to a country. I'm not gonna. Well, it's very very similar to Hammerfell, to do some research about the culture there and what things look like. What's the ergonomic architecture like? What's the culture of these people that might be living there? Like when you look at Skyrim, you can see like the Nords, the companions, very Viking themed. There's a lot of Norse themes there, that they've clearly visited some of those areas and locations and done research into it. And the same thing's going to happen for the Elder Scrolls 6, and Starfield. They visited NASA. They spoke to Elon Musk and SpaceX. So they do research into those things so that they understand how us as humans now perceive them, so that they can make a conscious connection deliberately to make it plausible that you can do those things. And then there's not as far of a leap to be like, hey, look, the start of the game, you just jump into this alien spaceship and Harry's like Spock from Star Trek or something, and it's all a bit like, whoa, there's a lot to take in here. Maybe this isn't my kind of game, but you kind of relate with how you jump into the game. I think that's nice.
I mean, I guess it's personal taste. Some people like things that are weirder, that have more fantastical from the get-go. Even a game like Morrowind, where we get into some more fantastical things, it intentionally starts a little more grounded. There's a very
Skyrim starts with a dragon,
medieval-looking town that you come into, but you look just beyond it, and there are mushroom trees and giant insects and things like that.
So in Skyrim, when you put a dragon in it, what are your thoughts about dragons and tone? How does that fit into tone?
That's a great question. The
It's a ridiculous question, but yeah, I just love
No,
dragons, so I want to bring it up.
no. These are the things that
Thank
we debate with.
Do we include a dragon? Why didn't you include a dragon in Daggerfall? That's what I want to know.
I think there's dragon
There are
names.
dragons.
They're hard to do. Dragons are hard to do. So when you start Skyrim, say, hey,
Well,
look,
drakes.
dragons are going to be a theme. You start visually. You think, they're, you can make the argument that dragons existed. Okay, what would they look like? How close to dinosaurs would they be? Or what would they? And ours are less. I believe they're less fantastical looking in general. They look like beasts that could exist in that world. And then how we introduce them. It's kind of a little bit of a slow, roll in Skyrim, and that the people in the world are reacting to the dragons appearing. And that somewhat, mirrors, you want something that mirrors the player experience as well. It says back to you, like, hey, no, have you heard this?
I thought Skyrim's start was so powerful. Like, it was one of the most exciting... Well, actually, no, Oblivion was good too, but it was very, exciting in the sense that, oh my god, I saw the first dragon, it, saves the Dragonborn, which turns out to be a terrible idea. But the way it kind of, then you end up running to Riften, and you've got to go warn Whiterun about the dragon attack, and all the people are like, whoa, that dragon flew over Riften, and they're all reacting to it. And you kind of immediately get this grounded sense of, okay, I'm in a medieval place. These people haven't seen dragons before. But then you get a bit more deeper into the story. You start to find this lore that dragons have existed before. There's this whole history to it. And then it kind of throws you in deeper into the game. I think that's one of the reasons Bethesda games are so good at hooking the player, even if you're not necessarily a huge fan of fantasy.
Someone saw a dragon.
Well, that's what Daggerfall. Isn't there mentions of dragons or something? Because I remember being sure that there's dragons in Daggerfall as I'm playing it and I'm searching.
Pretty sure. Well,
is there a dragon in Daggerfall?
There's dragonlings in Daggerfall, to my memory. Look, I guess someone will probably correct me. Like, actually, there is a dragon here. But I'm pretty sure they're not.
Yeah.
And then game I did, Redguard, which we bring back a dragon. It takes place beforehand, so we have a dragon there in that game, and that was you.
If you haven't seen the Redguard boss fight yet, I've not experienced it myself, but it's against the dragon. It's hilarious.
Unique to that at the time.
Limited technology, I guess.
Just a brief tangent on that. I thought Redguard was a really, really good game. I played it as again, you don't, you forget stuff, but I remember getting
Cyrus.
I guess it was the first in the Elder Scrolls series to put it into that world, but it was like an adventure game. It reminded me of another game I really love, like Prince of Persia.
That was one of the inspirations. Prince of Persia is one of my favorite games.
Oh, it's so good, man.
Maybe, okay, I apologize if I'm forgetting, but you can jump in buildings and stuff. There's a jumping, there's a dynamic, airy nature. It's a parkour type of situation. Yeah, it was an incredible game. Why do you think? Let me ask sort of a dark question. Why do you think that game was a flop? One of the few you
Not a dark question.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah, I totally agree. Sorry, there was just a great comment in the chat where it's just I wish I could play through Skyrim again with virgin eyes. I wish I could play through every Bethesda game for the first time again. It's just such a beautiful experience.
Well, a lot of reasons. Game that I love and really got us going on a handcrafted world. So we're coming off of Daggerfall. Morrowind is sort of in design. And then, part of our development teams broke up to do different things. The game that did Battlespire and Redguard was my game. And I wanted to do something a little more Ultima feeling, handcrafted world. Mm-hmm. I really like things that blend up genres. So I know it's in the adventure game category, but it really does a lot of things. It's a love letter to Prince of Persia. There's a little Raiders of the Lost Ark in it. There's a lot of Ultima in it. And really see what we could do with the engine. But it very much, I think, plays like it would have had a much better home on, say, PlayStation or Xbox. This predates Xbox, right? Where it's much more constantly Tomb Raider had come out. So you see those influences of Tomb Raider on that game. And
oh god,
3D effects cards had just come out. And so, okay, we can do... And it was the last, I think it's one of the last DOS games in a Windows world. So I think it missed kind of a technology window, as well as ultimately not what people wanted from us.
It's so hard to run.
And I felt I was really kind of the company let me make that game, and it was a big flop. Battlespire hadn't done well. The company was in a really bad shape, and I felt really like personally responsible. Like, they let me do this creative thing. It didn't do what we needed it to do, and now we're in a very, very bad situation. Company almost went out of business. And that's when it got reformed with ZeniMax Media, and Robert Altman came in, and we were starting Morrowind. We had just sort of started, and it was sort of that whole experience that made you sort of realize, someone says to you, okay, you're going to get another shot. And that's where you're like, okay, we're going to make Morrowind and make the biggest, best RPG we can make. We know what the audience wants from us. We know what we could do building a world. So there's like callbacks to how we built the world in Redguard. Morrowind is a large scale, handcrafted, but if you were to put it, pixel per pixel with Daggerfall, you wouldn't even see Morrowind, because Daggerfall is so big. But the impact of playing it, I think, is in many ways equal, but different.
It's insane.
Just you personally, psychologically, did you have doubt about yourself from the performance of Redguard? Like, do I know what it is?
Of course.
Anyone would.
Where do you get how'd you overcome that?
I don't know. I would say this honestly. I enjoy it so much. Like I'm so heads down. Like that becomes, for better or worse, like my life.
Yeah.
And
love that.
It's just something that I want to play so much. It becomes like there's a little bit, you get a little obsessed with it.
No, but I mean, you love Redguard, right? So like, doesn't that mean, isn't there a kind of self-doubt about, do I know what it takes to create a great game?
Well, no, I think Redguard's a great game.
All right, so you were sure, even if it wasn't...
so if you're going to debate, like, do I like that game? It's about finding an... Okay, so I really love
It's interesting that he says Redguard's a great game. I mean, obviously, now time has moved on so far, technology's increased, and it's really hard to even play on, like, modern-day computers. But I do wonder, like, how much does Todd Howard listen to, like, negative feedback and, like, take that on board and change things for the next game? Because obviously, like, I didn't play Redguard yet, but I've seen other people play it. But maybe I should go back and play it and just see, because I love Prince of Persia, so if it was inspired by that, must be interesting. But I'm just interested to see, like, how he takes that feedback and how he changed things for Morrowind, because Morrowind's, like, massively different compared to Redguard. But that was more of what Todd Howard wanted to do, I guess, in Redguard.
Yeah.
And the people who play it, it won a bunch of awards, and it like critically was a pretty good game. Did not sell. And the reason,
and that point as well, I feel like sometimes a really good game comes along, but it doesn't sell. And that's really sad, because that happens all over the industry. For example, Valheim, that game was in development for quite a while. You could get early access to it. And I picked it up and made a YouTube video. Totally gonna claim this, by the way. But I was like the first person to pick. Well, I think there was some other really small YouTubers who have like played the game and done some gameplay. But like when I think the early beta access came out, I jumped on the game, played it, and was like, this is actually really good, guys. This is a fun game. Like, graphics looks terrible, but like, my god, the gameplay is so good. And then like that, I think that video has like millions of views now, and just like all the other Valheim stuff I did. But man, that was a good game, and it sold really well. But I kind of put it down to the fact was that because I was a big YouTuber and I picked up the game and showed it to everyone. Not that I can claim complete credit. Obviously, people saw my videos, saw it doing well, and wanted to play the game too, so they tried it out. They then gave it a chance. But so many games come out and they just absolutely die on launch after people spend years working on them. I just think that's really sad. And that with Redguard, sometimes the reviews can be good, but I don't really pay much heed to reviews these days. I like to look at the gameplay myself, play it, and then let you know my opinion on the game. But, you know, I just know the politics of the video game industry now. I've been in it long enough, and seeing how it works to be like, hey, can you say positive things about our game? And otherwise, you know, if you say negative things, they never send you anything again in the future. And yeah, like I think that it's important to be fair with criticism, and give people a realistic impression. But these days, like, you know, at Gamescom, for example, a video game can win tons of awards before anyone of the public has even played it. Like, how do we know it's good? It was just, you know, a few journalists' opinion. Like, you're not going to watch my review of a game and then just purely on that go out and buy the game, unless maybe you really like me and trust me. But if you don't know me and you watch one review of a game and then go and buy it, I feel like you probably watch a few different opinions, and then maybe you talk to your friends who have played the game, and then you say, okay, I'll go out and spend $80 on that game now. But I just feel like, yeah, like winning awards and stuff, it's nice, but is it? I think, yeah, sales are probably the biggest factor in if something is successful, but also if it's heard about as well as another story. It's just so hard to gauge like what's good and what's not these days.
That again, like we probably made this the wrong type of game and we missed a technology window. We also thought it was very conservative. Like, we're going to do this. So my main takeaway was, I'm not going to be conservative again. I'm going to swing for the fences.
Go
and
nuts.
We've had,
Love it.
There'll be some rough edges in swinging for the fences and shooting for the moon, but we'd rather do that and land where we land than be very, very conservative in what we're putting out there.
That's why I think I'm excited about Starfield as well, because he comes on stage as there's thousands of planets. Obviously, they're procedurally generated, and we don't know what to expect from that. A lot of people are terrified by that. They think, oh, it's going to be like exploring, you know, limitless land with nothing to do there. They have done some handcrafted things that are pointed out on where those are on the map. So, you know, you can almost like No Man's Sky, I guess, you can explore these crazy worlds with unlimited resources and find different things on each planet and have different experiences. No idea what that's going to be like yet. But there's also the handcrafted Bethesda games that we're used to within Starfield. And that's what he said. That's why I'm still excited about it, you know. But I love it when Bethesda push the envelope. And they seem to do that for like Skyrim, for Fallout 3, with the first-person shooting and stuff, for Skyrim regarding the dragons and how they move in the environment, or the economy and whatnot going on. And then again for Fallout 4 with the settlement building and the voice actor protagonist, which they're taking away in Starfield. So they have listened to feedback, which I'm actually glad about. But yeah, no, it's nice to see that progression.
You mentioned, just referencing this game, on a Reddit AMA, that long time ago during Redguard, the lead programmer made all the buildings hop up and down after you played for 10 minutes just to mess with me. Just a curious tangent. What's involved with programming an open world game? So we will talk about design and so on, but specifically the programming, because I think this question came from, what are some interesting sticky bugs that you've encountered throughout your life in creating these games? And this is one of them that you mentioned. So what are some of the challenges of programming these open world games?
I mean, there are different flavors of them, right? Your GTAs will have different issues than, you know, the Ubisoft games versus our games. I can sort of, you know, speak to ours, which is you want to build systems, right? Because they're gonna play the game for a very long time as well, which we've learned, and you can't go through and touch everything by hand per se. Mm-hmm. So you have to rely on some systemic level of creation and a lot of systems that are robust enough so that when they touch another one, things aren't breaking apart.
So there's like what are the major systems? Is there like the physics of the game, the engine of how like stuff,
gameplay,
the physics, the motion, and maybe how light is rendered and all that kind of stuff?
Right. So you have the rendering, mm-hmm. right, of like, okay, this is how I'm going to render the data that I have. So a lot of people confuse engines with rendering. I mean, they're combined, obviously, but there's the data you're going to give to a renderer, which is the thing, you know, the audience, you know, that draws the pixels on the screen. So most of the engine is how are you going to bring in that data and give it to the renderer to draw it. So you have that whole system of walking through the world, feeding in the data and drawing it.
That's one of the big things about Unreal Engine 5 is because they have like this technology where you can literally duplicate an item a bazillion times and it doesn't slow down the performance of the game, which, you know, there's so many advancements in technology with that engine and lighting and how that data is like fed into the game in such a performance friendly way. And that's why everyone's super excited about that, if you're wondering. With Creation Engine, it's a lot more dated, and I think things have been more bolted on as they progress. So now we have Creation Engine 2 for Starfield, and that's going to be the same engine that they use for, because they've like revamped it. So it's going to be very telling how that game plays and what it's like, then to see what we can expect for the Elder Scrolls 6.
You then obviously have the physics and the interactivity. What are the things that are there just to be drawn? And what are the things there that are meant to be interacted with and touched? We put a big premium on the ones that can be interacted with and touched, whether it's flowers, whether the trees move, whether you can sleep on the sofa, sit in this chair, pick up all this stuff, bake bread, blah, blah, blah. You then have the AI, which loops in the stuff we talked about earlier in terms of processing everybody, and combat systems, which is a lot of what people end up doing, combat systems on top of that AI. How do they react to those types of things? And then how do they look at the things that can be interacted with? One of my favorite things is when NPCs will go pick up weapons in the world, which you don't see in other games. And the first time you see it in one of ours, it's like very unexpected. Mm-hmm. You can drop like a crazy weapon, be in a fight, and an NPC runs over, picks it up, and uses it on you. It's not something you would expect.
I mean, they don't necessarily do that, but one of the things I like is that you drop a weapon, like in town or something, someone will come over and say, oh, like, you dropped this, like, do you want it? Like, are you using this? And you can be like, oh yeah, thanks for picking it up, and take it back. Or you can be like, oh no, you can have it. And then they're like, oh, thanks, that's awesome. But like that interactivity of like, if I just go into the town center and I drop a bunch of Daedric artifacts on the floor, some dude's gonna be like, "Hey, you throwing that away? Like, can I have that? It's kind of cool. Like that's like a movie prop there. That's a cool interactivity that makes the world come alive. So it's cool that there's an interaction there.
But I love that stuff,
and that's integrated into a larger system. The ability to pick up the NPC picking up, so it's not like a little quirk that's hard coded in. It's part of a bigger system.
They have their own AI for scanning the environment, and that's one of the rules. Hey, is there a weapon that is better than the one I have? I'm going to go get it. Now, we do lock off if it's in a chest, and that's treasure we left for the player. But it's in particular because
no AI.
Started in Oblivion, I believe, which is we set up a level. Hey, let the enemies go pick up the weapons if they're better. So we make a level and go in, and all of the enemies are armed to the teeth, and there's no treasure for the player because the enemies went and took all the...
I mean, that makes sense, right? Like, if you've got like a bandit dungeon and they've like got all the best loot in the chest, surely the bandit boss is going to be like, hey man, it's got all this loot in here. I'm just going to go pick up this enchanted sword and use it on anyone who comes to attack me. Kind of makes sense. I like that chaos. And he mentioned this in the E3 of Oblivion, which I did a reaction video to as well. And oh my god, there's so many funny things that happened that didn't make it to the game because it was chaos. But it's so cool to see.
Good weapons. And he's like, okay, they don't take those. They take the ones that are dropped by other NPCs or the player.
That's such a fascinating world of the designing the experience for the NPC, because in part that experience defines the experience of the player. So
could you imagine like someone just gets shot by like a glass arrow, the bandit like pulls it out of his face, like
how they interact with their environment defines how the player experiences their environment. Is there room for further and further development of the AI that controls the NPC?
Sure, we're always iterating on it. And again, as we look in the future, it's more about us finding those more reactivity to the player and also understanding their roles in the world. So they're not just there. They're not just there for the player as a signpost for the player.
But they're reacting to the player. But what about, some of the richest experiences we have with people is like the chaos of it, the push and pull, the unpredictability. Is there something, I don't know if you've been following, but the quick, amazing development of language models, the neural network, natural language processing systems, dialogue systems. Do you think there's some possibility of using sort of these incredible neural nets that can have open-ended dialogue, basically chatbots?
Yep.
I mean, I'm interested to hear what he's going to say, but there's been some talk about that with Ted's new game as well. And he was the original writer for the Elder Scrolls series, if you guys have just joined. And I did an interview with him, and he was talking about some fans like suggesting that they have like text to speech sort of bots and other AI doing these sort of mechanics and processes. It's interesting, and you could even teach it like the Elder Scrolls lore, like just throw the wiki at it. But I'm sure it'll come up with some spazzy stuff that you can control, and then people would be quoting it, and it would be chaos, hilarious. But maybe just have one guy like Mike the Liar, who just is an AI chatbot and just says crazy stuff, would be hilarious. But I don't think it would work that well.
I've seen some incredible demos. I do think it's coming. I don't know when.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of a question like what's ready for real deployment and release versus, hey, let's use that to generate some things that is then static that we're giving to the players versus it's generated on the fly, but it's definitely coming. It's definitely coming. And I think you'll see it in the types of games that we do. It has great, application.
I love the idea that you'd be using AI to design different NPCs and then testing if they're good enough. If they're like a little too crazy, you don't want like the super
right. But if we go back to it being reactive, some of that bot stuff, it's incredible. It's then translating that into voice, and then is that being done by the client? Is it being done on a server? Is it baked into the game? There's like different flavors of it.
So there's still computational challenges. Like, how do you actually make that happen?
Right.
Well, what about, in terms of creating the feeling of an NPC, what's the role of voice actors? And
awesome. Yeah. We work with a ton of voice actors.
Right.
And they bring so much to it. And that's the thing. We can write some stuff and the best ones get in there and make it so much better, or even ad-lib things. And so we do a lot of voice recording, and we used to do it kind of like at the end of the project. And now we do it throughout. We start really early and we just start recording. So we're recording for years and years, literally, probably 3 years, 4 years.
So part of the actual experience of the recording.
That's interesting. So we do it pretty much right from the start. And obviously the music usually comes first with these sort of development process things. But 4 years... So that really gives you like an idea of just how much time goes into development when you start to think about like when's Fallout 5 coming out and the Elder Scrolls 6 and so on.
Will help define the characters and the tone of the game.
Right, and we'll go back sometimes and, hey, we really like this. We want more of this. Let's do another session. Or, hey, we don't think this character's actually working. We want you to do you're going to be someone else now. Sorry, that got cut.
That was kind of like with Wes Johnson when he's just every single NPC in Oblivion, even the females. No, I'm joking. He's a great guy. We did an interview for charity with him as well, and some of the other voice actors that played like the Saints and Seducers, and just seeing their passion and excitement with the video game and like how different it is to normal voice acting jobs is really cool as well.
Do you ever try to sort of imagine that people fall in love with the characters, with the NPCs?
Oh, they do.
Like, yeah. I mean, do they get really attached to the...
Oh, yeah. 100%. I mean, I've done it in games.
These are like close friends, right? Like, you miss them.
100%.
Isn't that part of it?
Actually, like, whenever I'm playing a game and there is, if there's like a friendship option or make friends or a romance thing, I find those moments really... I enjoy them. I find them pretty impactful emotionally to what we're doing. And so... we've done.
If they're impactful, you've done your job right. If you make like an NPC that's like connected with you, and you feel like you've gone on so many adventures, like with me and Lydia, it really changes things.
Done a little bit of it. It's one of the things that we actually have pushed in Starfield. So we have a number of companions, but for them, we go, I won't say super complex romantic, but more complex relationships than we've had in terms of not just some, state of they like you or they don't like you, but they can be in love with you and dislike something you did and be pissed at you temporarily and then come back to loving.
Oh, that's so cool. What? They've added that in. They've got like a new voice dialogue system. Kind of think of like Oblivion, but also much more like futuristic. Like there's sort of a reactionary dialogue minigame to it as you're sort of talking to people. That's so realistic. Like obviously, like, if I go and make a massive mess or something, like with mud all over the house, my wife's going to be mad at me, but she's not going to like, divorce me. She's going to be temporarily angry to a certain degree.
Yeah. So that relationship status, if it's complicated, that they're existing in that gray area, it's complicated. We're not dating. We're well,
it's in a lot of games, previous stuff. You just work your way up. They like you more and more and more and more, and now you're in a relationship.
Now you're in,
and when you make them upset, you drift out of like it never happened. You drift out of it. Whereas we wanted one where we can be in a relationship and we've committed to each other in some way, but I just did something that really made you angry. And as opposed to just drifting out of that status, you're in a temporary, I don't like what you did state.
Wow, so some greater degree of complexity in the relationship with a companion.
A little bit.
Okay,
I don't want to oversell that part, but
sure.
My point is, I think those things where you meet a character in a game and you do spend time with them, a companion in a game, and it leads to romance, myself and others, and I find a lot of players, those moments are really, really impactful. And
is he saying that there's like going to be romance like that on any NPC or something? Or I'm pretty sure there's like specific NPCs they focused on that you can have relationships with, and they have like this kind of, like Piper disliked that sort of thing. But I don't like, sometimes it doesn't make sense to be able to romance every single character. I think Cyberpunk did it quite well with the different characters and that. But obviously after you finished the storylines, there was just nothing, it was like, oh, I can't like go and hang out with Judy. She can't like follow me around. Whereas with games like Skyrim and Fallout, I feel like the adventure continues with that companion, which is why I'm like really interested in this system that he's talking about.
Special to them because they did put in the time. That's another thing that I always come at it with, which is I think people who don't play video games, they sometimes think like, oh, that's a waste of time, or that's not real. That's not like, you're not getting a lot out of that. Like, well, you haven't really experienced it in the way that you can, because these moments that I spent in games, not the ones I made, other ones when I was growing up or even now, that is important time to me. Mm-hmm. Like, I love those moments. I felt really like proud of what I accomplished. And we want people to have that in our games. And the fact that they have had those experiences and we hear from them and how important it is to them, it's like, no, this is really, really special.
Yeah, definitely.
It's fun. I mean, from a game design perspective, I wonder if you can honor the time you spent together with a game, because sometimes there's a heartbreak at the end of the game. Like when you leave a game, there's a
not with Skyrim though.
Yeah, it's
just
a really
continues.
Complicated relationship actually, because when you leave a game, it's almost like leaving a romantic partner, because it's like you spent so much meaningful time together. And there's a sense in which it was ephemeral. Like this is not, this
didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't really happen. It was good. It was like you went to Vegas, you got drunk and stuff, but like, and now life goes on. I wonder if there's a way to sort of always carry that with you. I mean, I guess with words you can kind of share with others. Like,
it's weird. I don't like. Now that we're in the age where you have achievements and you can look at your library and see your hours in games, like that's like, it's almost like a scrapbook now. Like one of my wishes was like, I wish I had that achievement list for everything, like back to the late 70s.
Like every game you played.
Right.
Yeah. Like you, I mean, that's one of the cool things with Xbox. Like we're moving towards that direction. It'd be cool to be from like childhood. The first time you play a video game, it will actually tell you What is the first game
But you know
played?
what?
Yeah,
Kids today, they will have that.
they will have that. And see.
But you
And
could look back and see, oh my God, I put 1,000 hours in Daggerfall.
what is the
Mate, I've played so many versions of Skyrim, yeah, easily over 2,000 plus hours. My God, I don't even know how many hours I've played of that game, but must be pretty damn ridiculous. But yeah, they were always hours well spent. I've never regretted. I've never looked at it as time as wasted. You know, I find people who sit and watch like a TV program that isn't engaging or exciting. Like this is a 3-hour interview that I find engaging and interesting and exciting, right? But like I couldn't go away and watch like, I don't know, just the news on repeat like some people do. That just doesn't make sense to me. Whereas a game, you feel like you're getting something back from it, like it's reacting to you, like you're achieving something and doing something. And also, there's a study that's been done where it actually reduces dementia and things like this. So it's kind of like playing a little game to make your brain work instead of just passively sitting there and not really absorbing much information. You actually have to think about things and react to things and respond. I think it's important to do that on a day-to-day basis.
And my last save was 1997.
Last save. Man, I don't know. Golden Axe, maybe? I'm trying to think, what was the first game I ever played? No, it's probably Commodore 64 games, yeah.
I think mine was Pokemon.
Yeah, arcade games. Okay. You mentioned Starfield. What is Starfield? And what's the origin story of this game?
We had always wanted to do something where you explore space. You know, the explore space role-playing game. So take the kind of games that we make and give it a little bit of a different spin. And, you know, the other games that I loved, there was a pen and paper RPG I loved, Traveler. It was one of the first games I made for the Apple II. I never finished it, right? I'm just doing it on my own. And I love this game. Starflight was one. Star Control 2 was a game that I loved. Sundog was a big one in the Apple II days that a lot of people don't know that I loved. And so a lot of us in the studio felt it was time to do something new. You know, we're going between Elder Scrolls and Fallout and going back and forth. And I mean, we love that. But hey, we've always wanted to do this explore the galaxy science fiction game. You know, now is the time to do that.
Yeah.
And that's a brave move. So Fallout is post-apocalyptic on a single planet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Elder Scrolls series is on a single planet. So this is going out into the open world of many star systems, many planets.
I mean, it's still an open world game though, right? I think the biggest thing that surprised me about this decision was, I mean, obviously, I always love another Bethesda RPG. I think the issue that the community finds with it is that means that we have to wait longer for the Elder Scrolls 6, which also has its own fan base. And Fallout 5, oh my God, I mean, I don't even know when we'll start to hear things about that. But they're obviously going to be working on it at some point, but it's a long way off. And we don't trust other companies, other like, you know, branches out of Obsidian would be a great choice for Fallout New Vegas. They did, obviously, for bringing Fallout 5 to us faster. But there's a lot other companies, I'd say mostly, we wouldn't trust them with like the Elder Scrolls or other IPs because we want it to be a Bethesda game. We want it to be a Bethesda roleplay game and we want to experience that. And I think that's the concern from the community is that, oh, I'm excited for this new IP Starfield, don't get me wrong. But people are concerned about what that means from the time frame of other games and if we'll play them before we'll die and so on. I think that's the concern.
I saw that it's thinking about 100 star systems and 1,000 planets available to explore. What is that world of stars and planets like?
Bro, like 2,000 hours of no life confirmed. Dude, I have like such a fruitful life in exploring and traveling and whatnot. But I literally do not watch TV ever. I might like skim through a news article to see what's going on in the world, but like all my free time, I pretty much like either paint or play video games and edit videos for YouTube. I mean, that's my job, so like that's my 9 to 5 basically. But yeah, like so all my time is invested in that. But also, I don't begrudge people who spend all their free time or their fun time or leisure time playing games because I think that's cool. That makes sense, man. It doesn't mean you have no life. So anyone who tells you that, hard disagree. Like, tell me what you do for fun. I don't think it's anything interesting.
Well, you mentioned Daggerfall. We go back to some of that. Well, the first when we did it was, how are we going to render a planet, like pull it off for the player? Like, can we? Or do we have to sort of do it where you can't land on all of them, where you're landing in a very controlled, small world space that we,
I'm glad they didn't do that.
kind of craft, and you would have a very limited set of those. You go back to tone, like, well, that's probably the wrong tone. And how can we say yes? Like, I want to land on that ice ball. So we started the game right after Fallout 4, so 2016. And the first thing we did was, how can we have a system to generate these planets and make them look, I'll say reasonable, as opposed to, fractally goop.
Well, what's the technical definition of goop? Fractally goop.
Fractally goop. You've probably seen a lot of like simulations, whether they're space things or landscape things, where they're using fractals and just the landscape does not look real. It just is like highs and lows and it's muddy. And so we did find a way. We came up with a way, had prototyped of building tiles, like large tiles of landscape, the way we would usually build them. We kind of generate them offline, hand do some things, and end up with these very realistic looking tiles of landscape, and then built a system that wraps those around a planet and blends them all together. And we had pretty successful results with that. And so we thought, we could do this. And so there was a big design kind of problem to solve in terms of, well, what's fun about landing on a planet where there's potentially nothing? Because there's a lot of planets and moons, if you kind of, right? In reality, that, well, there's nothing on them.
That's everyone's resources.
And so we spent a lot of time figuring out, okay, let's just lean in on that. Can be a lonely experience, as long as we tell the player, here's what's there. Here are the resources that are there. Go find them. But I equate it to that moment of, we said about listening to the wind go and watching the sun.
I mean, that's interesting that he says that. I'm glad that they've decided that you tell the player, hey, look, this is what's on the planet. There's no because you saw on the Starfield trailer, there was like points of interest, like that can be considered a dungeon or a cave or like something to go and explore and do with like NPCs and stuff. It would be cool if some of these planets, like where you landed on them thinking, oh, there's just materials that I want to go and tick the boxes for finding these free materials. This ice ball is a great source of iron. I'm going to go there and get this. But then just randomly, like a random encounter, don't know if this exists in the game, by the way. There's like, I don't know, like some bandit operation that they're like stealing this iron, or there's a trader ship, or things exist on that world that you didn't expect to find, like that. Like he said, I want to make factions more realistic. Well, there's actually some people already mining the iron. All the deposits are mostly over this area, and there's someone mining the iron, and they're like, oh, you want to mine it too? I'm going to attack you, or something like that, just to make it seem like it's not completely barren and empty. Though that would be interesting to explore for some planets. I think once you've done it once, you've probably, experienced it.
Sunset, and I do think there's a certain beauty to landing on a strange planet, being somewhat the only person there, building an outpost, and we are modeling all of the systems, because that's how we like to do things. So you can watch whatever that gas giant or moon, it will rotate and go, and sunrise, sunset,
it's
and
going to be beautiful.
All of those things that you would expect, and it's all really happening. And most people probably won't notice or appreciate all of that, but
I'm going to sit on a planet with a deck chair.
The ability to say, I want to go do that and see that on that place. As long as we tell them, hey, the quest leads over here. Here's where the handcrafted content is that you would expect. And then here's more of the open procedural planet experience.
Exactly. So what they've done is they've done both things. So some people, I feel like, oh my God. And when Todd Howard said that on stage, I think people didn't like really watch the video and get what they were doing there. And then there was another interview where he like clarified this exact point he made here, where we have the handcrafted stuff, we got the main quest, we got some side quests, that's all handcrafted, but we also have all these procedurally generated things that you can explore, you can build on. It's kind of like, and it's exciting for modders as well, right? Because they're going to look, and I've spoken to modders who have said this, you know, they look at the game, they're like, damn, there's a planet and attached to no quest, nothing is there. I can make a whole quest line, a whole location on that planet, and that can just be like its own separate thing, you know? And then you can install another mod for another planet where there's another experience. And that is awesome. Like, there could be like some secret underground vault on one of these planets, akin to Fallout, you know, where it just goes back and references loads of things. Like Voltec built a space station vault on one of these ice giants. It's not mentioned. I hope they've hidden secret things like that aren't mentioned. I hope they don't hold my hand to all the tailor-made experiences, but yeah, that'll be cool. I'm excited for it.
So your
long answer. I don't know if I answered your question.
There's no
right.
questions are stupid and the answers are brilliant. So that's how this works. So this is the world's most immense simulator of the human condition of loneliness. Because I can't imagine a more lonely
dark.
I mean, you put it that way. I don't know that was the goal, but
Jesus,
on a planet alone, that must be, I mean, a deep embodiment of what loneliness is like. I mean, it's both the awe and like when you hike alone, there's a deep loneliness to that. It's like it's humbling that this thing will last much longer than you. It's been here way before you.
Is it the line from the moon landing? Beautiful desolation. It's Buzz Aldrin, is it?
Beautiful desolation. Is that what he said?
I think so.
Beautiful desolation. Well,
something like that.
But that's just words. There's a feeling to it, and you want that feeling to be real.
I think that feeling really comes across, like you said, with the sound, the lighting, what you see, and just that feeling of isolation, which you definitely get in space. Pequanivation, is that how I say your name? Thank you so much for the $10 donation, dude. We have a video discussing about Starfield after the stream. If you can, please do. Much love. Potentially, I could do one. There seems to be quite a bit of material in here. But I think this is why I wanted to do it as a live stream, because I could just sort of discuss it through live, and then I'll timestamp everything after the video. I think that's probably what I'll do. I might do one about Elder Scrolls 6, though, because there's extra information about that.
You just hear, there's some resources here. I just feel like it will hit people at a certain moment, like it does for me with Skyrim. Like, holy shit, I'm here alone. And whatever cruel nature that's out there doesn't really care about me.
Mate, Lex doesn't play Skyrim, he experiences it, and I like that.
Exactly.
That's the experience. So you want to create the whole planet, and you want to have many of them.
We do have many, but once you build that system, I think the numbers become, I mean, honestly, a little
meaningless.
We wrap it in so we can name them all and have a finite set, even though it's a very, very large number.
I'm saying this now. I'm going to do a video at some point when I get really bored where I visit every single planet in Starfield, and it'll be like an edited video, obviously, or maybe it'll be an ongoing live stream where we just have a massive Excel spreadsheet of every planet in Starfield and we visit them all and just see what's actually there.
But a set that
I'll rate them all out of 10.
Can, validate and know about, even though it's a huge number. But once you're building a system that can build a planet, I mean, a planet is sort of infinite space. We go back to the Daggerfall analogy, right? If you have systems to build that much space, doing 100 planets or 1,000 or 10,000 or 1,000,000 planets is not, it's just, you just change the number and press the button. But you can't name them all. You can't control, like, when you're getting in really big numbers, hey, what does this system way out here feel like if you take your ship and jump that far? We do level the systems. When you go to system, you'll see, oh, this is like a level 40 system. And cool. Being able to at least control that scale is how we kind of ended up with the 100-ish systems we have.
What are the levelings? What do you mean by level?
It would be like when you look at a map in a game, it says this is the area for low-level players. This is level 1.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Kindergarten.
So we do that on a system basis. Star system.
I'm the kind of person who I'll be like in the kindergarten level 0 area, and I'll do everything there before moving on. I'll already be like level 40 or something.
I read that space travel is considered dangerous in this game. Can you explain?
That goes back to a tone thing, right? When you actually play the game, because it's a game, like, we don't really kill you when you fly out in space. But it has a tone of, there's some effort involved. And we've dialed it back as we've been making the game, whereas we used to run out of fuel. You jump and get stranded, which on paper was it's a great moment when you get stranded and you have to press this beacon and you don't know who's going to come. Turns out that's not it just stops your game. We found you'd be playing the game and I ran out of fuel. Okay, I guess I'll just wander these planets trying to mine for fuel so I can get back to what I was doing. It just, it's a fun killer.
That's too realistic of a simulation of the human condition.
Yeah, and the idea was, well, it's very, games do that. If you had a hardcore, you're right, a hardcore survival mode, that's the kind of thing you would do. Maybe we'll do it in the future. But it's more of a tone, how they build their ships. Do they have all the right things for safety? We do get into environment.
It would be funny if you can build a ship without the right things for safety, where it's just this absolute nuke that you just eject off the surface of a planet in, and there's a 50-50 chance that you'll probably die and not make it to your destination.
Mental things on the planets, in your spacesuit. Obviously, there are a lot of different spacesuits and buffs for, the gases or the toxicity or the temperature on various planets.
Survival elements, then.
That's cool. Robots?
Yes.
Those companions, are they robots by chance?
My dude, have you seen the trailer?
One of the companions, the robot Vasco, yeah.
Okay, so they have a name and a personality and so on. And
Vasco does, and then there's a whole bunch of, I call them generic robots. They're we use them for utility. People, we actually dialed them back because if you think about, well, you know a lot about this more than me in terms of.
I'm offended right now. You calling robots generic and
no. The ones we use, we use. We made them more generic. We didn't.
Sorry,
we didn't.
I'm very sensitive about this.
I understand. If you were to chart the future, you would say robots would have a much bigger role in our future than we are presenting. But that was a tone thing. So most of our robots are there as utility robots, and there are some combat ones as well as enemies.
So it's a deeply human world.
Very much, yes.
In terms of tone. So have you talked to Elon about this game?
A little bit.
How much of reality, the work of SpaceX, is an inspiration for the decisions made in this game?
I wouldn't say it's for the decisions we made, but, visiting SpaceX and walking in there, it's like the Avengers meets NASA. It's the most amazing. And here we're building the next gen, see the Dragon stuff before it was, other people saw it. I was really in awe. This giant machine that looks for imperfections on the surface of these giant, fuselage. Whenever, and because, we're in DC, go to the Air and Space Museum a lot. And so whenever I look at those kind of things, or, you'll visit the space shuttle, sort of overcome with how big it is. And I go stand back by the engines and think about that thing leaving orbit.
It's nuts.
And one of the things that Elon really impresses, we're reaching the edge of physics on a lot of this stuff, where how hard it is to leave orbit, the gravitational pull. And the engineering that has gone into that, our space program, what he's doing now, I just marvel at. I don't understand, right? I'm not at that level, but I marvel at the kind of human ingenuity and scale. I was on the Delaware coast last month, and I was outside for some reason. It was dark, and I saw this crazy light in the sky, and I thought it was a helicopter.
It's a UFO.
And it didn't go away, and I'm like, what is that? And I called we had with some friends. Hey, does everybody see this? What is that? And we just stood dumbfounded looking at this thing in the sky.
That's nuts.
And that is a UFO. Nobody takes their phone out. Everyone, I'm with 4 people. Mm-hmm. Everyone is too dumbstruck. You would think, why don't you take a picture of this thing? And the next day we found out it was in the news. It was the
one second, what was it?
SpaceX launch in Florida.
Oh, it was a SpaceX launch. That's annoying. I was about to go into the whole aliens thing because Lex Fridman also interviewed the American pilot who... It's the Tic Tac story if you want to watch it. Joe Rogan's also done one on it. And there's one as well from, I can't remember his name now, but he worked at Area 51 and talks about like the alien spaceships that they had there while he was working there, trying to figure out how they worked and stuff. And what's interesting is that no one believed his story, but then later, like, because it was a story he talked about like a long time, like 1980 something. But then some of the other stuff he said of what they had in Area 51 was then released on WikiLeaks. So his story that he said at the time, then suddenly held water because everyone was like, oh, he was talking about that stuff before it was even leaked, and no one believed him. So now they're going back to him and like doing a documentary about it, which I've not seen yet, but it's been on Joe Rogan. If you like aliens, I definitely recommend looking into those things.
Florida. And I'm seeing it from Delaware, Maryland area. It was it was incredible. It's just that. I am in complete awe of.
Is there some aspect of that you can replicate the majestic nature of that in the video game?
Bob Lazar, if anyone wants to search it. Thank you, chat, for letting me know who it was.
I wish I had the answer to that. I think some of it we're doing when you're standing on a planet and you see the other moons go by, and then you realize I could get in my ship, blast off, and land there and build myself a home. I think that's pretty cool. There's a minor thing we do, which is we have other ships come and go from the starports when you're there. So you'll be in a city and then you hear this, and you hear the engine, you look up and a ship is taking off or coming out. Like,
that's great.
There's nothing for you to do, but
that's cool, man.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
Just gives you some experience about the power of spaceships, which is really cool. Diego, thank you so much for the donation. I like listening to just Todd talk about my favorite game series and Starfield is just so exciting. Oh my god, definitely. I can listen to Todd talk about games for ages. I just learned so much by listening to him.
So then that's all about creating the soundscape, the feel.
Seeing it and like, oh, that's real. That's a ship that... Or you jump into a system and you see these freighters and sometimes they contact you. Like, it's not all just like jump in and combat.
Do you ever think about the fact that science fiction seems to make it has a way of creating reality, not just kind of predicting it or imagining it? It's almost like the thing you put out there with a video game like this, like Starfield, that you can't anticipate. 100%. It kind of fuels people's imagination of what is possible.
Maybe, I don't know. I can't say. You're making me think now about other science fiction that...
Yeah, I mean, look at like Nike did the shoes that like strap themselves from what's the movie that's pop culture? Oh my god, can't remember it. But there's been so many things where like, our concept of something and what we see the inspiration for, then some really smart person's like, oh, I'm going to build that. That's really cool. I love that idea. And then, sometimes you actually end up almost at that point by someone being so inspired by a piece of art or something that we saw, tens or decades before.
Movie I love, Minority Report. It's more of like not a space movie, but more like looking at the future. Mm-hmm. If you look at a lot of the things in that movie, it's almost like, I think those are coming true.
Yeah. I mean,
oh god.
is that the one that you do interface this like
It's the interfaces, and then the way he looks at his child's more like a holographic, almost AR, VR kind of thing, or digital billboards, or trying to predict human behavior. Mm-hmm. There's just a lot of future stuff in that movie. As it comes to sci-fi, to your other question, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I think it does, and it's interesting. I mean, I suppose you're trying to create the most realistic, sticking to the tone, the most immersive, realistic world, and almost by accident, you create the thing that is possible because you want it to be realistic in some deep sense. So accidentally, it can become the possible, and then that places that idea in people's heads. I mean, if humans are ever to become a multiplanetary species, we need to play games. We need to read sci-fi to help imagine that that's possible. To look outside of Earth, to look up on the stars, then we can actually travel out there.
Yeah, it's kind of like, when I think don't know which way around this went, but like NASA was like, okay, we're going to space. We had like the space race back with Russia and whatnot. And then the amount of sci-fi films that then spawned from that was just insane. Like suddenly it was like its own subgenre that everyone was really excited about. But like, yeah, it's the fact that that's when humans see this thing that inspires them and then they go and watch that and they're excited about it. And I have no doubt that Starfield will inspire people who are intelligent to make some of the things from the game.
I don't know. There's power to sci-fi to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you shouldn't feel the pressure of that.
I don't know if I'd make the leap now. That's all. That what we're doing might. Now, maybe, one of our, hopefully it might inspire some young people who are headed in that direction of like, oh, I thought about getting into space and space exploration and being an engineer or doing these things. And I played this game and, it really sparked that interest in me. So I'm going to go take that as a field. And maybe that's the person who goes and does some of these things.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because in the next couple of decades, likely a human being will step foot on Mars, which are the first steps towards us becoming multi-planetary.
And then if you read some of the stuff they're doing with the James Webb Telescope and them being able to look for signs of life on other planets, it's quite fascinating. And, recent stuff I read say they think in 20 years they will. So it's actually quite encouraging to think. It's almost a dream of mine, like in our lifetimes, that we discover life on another planet.
Yeah. Especially if it's intelligent life. I've been talking to a lot of biologists and a lot of folks. I imagine there's life everywhere out there.
The numbers would say so, yes.
The challenging question is what it looks like and how much of it is intelligent. So a lot of biologists tell me the big difficult leap is from the prokaryotes to the eukaryotes. So like the complex life. It could be that a lot of our universe is just filled with bacteria.
Well, I believe, if I'm understanding it right, that there's two ways they're going to look at planets. When they can look at, they can read, hey, this planet has this kind of gas. Mm-hmm. They can now look at the ones that are created by potential life forms, and then the ones that are created, the byproducts of industry. Mm-hmm. So there's only certain ones that are created if you have a society there. And that they can start looking on these types of star systems and these planets. But it takes a lot of time because you have to book time on that telescope. You have to look at that planet over a long period of time. But in theory, given enough time.
I think already, we had this new telescope and the technology to look at the different infrared and light spectrums to see what kind of gases were in that planet's atmosphere. And from that, we already found multiple planets that we didn't know have water on actually have water on. Just, super far away from us, obviously, but it's so interesting. So yeah,
given the amount of space out there, we would find one.
That would be a cool thing in this short life of ours to find out definitively that there is an industrial.
This is almost end of Starfield. Next is the Elder Scrolls 6. We are a little bit off topic here.
Industrial intelligent civilization out there. Before you contact them, so die. End your life, not knowing the rest of the story, but just know that it's out there. That's
right.
A cool. And then if you have kids, be like, well, this one's on you. F this, I'm out.
And I'm fascinated by what it would do to the way, I think in a positive way, the way humanity thinks about itself here. No, there is definitively other life out there.
I mean, both things. If there isn't life out there, that's also a huge responsibility. Both are super exciting. If we're alone, it's super exciting because there's a responsibility to preserve whatever special thing we have going on here. This, whether you call it the flame of consciousness or whether it's consciousness or intelligence, that's the special thing. Preserve it, have it expand. But if there's others out there, I mean, that sparks that drive for exploration, of reaching out into the stars and meeting them. Most of them probably want to kill us. So
I like how that's always our assumption.
The military-industrial complex on Earth that builds bigger and better weapons all the time.
We have Space Force.
Space Force.
Right.
It will both protect us and destroy all our enemies. This is 100% a video game we're living in. Okay, back to dragons. So blink once if you know when Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out, but are not going to tell me.
I have a vague idea.
Okay, vague idea. So like if you have the quantum mechanical interpretation that allows for multiple universes in the universe where you didn't.
Honest to God, though, I don't think he actually does know when the Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out. Obviously, I talked at the start of the stream about that the UK is currently investigating the CMA we have over here is basically they regulate fair business and competition between businesses. And right now, like Sony, for example, is one big gaming company, and they have been quite stressed about how Microsoft, who now owns Bethesda, is also buying Activision and Blizzard as well. So there's a little bit of concern from them that it's an unfair business practice, apparently. So one of the things that they had on the government website, just for all of you who are now on the stream, the Microsoft Activision Blizzard merger inquiry. And there's different statements here that discuss this ongoing case. But on the case notes for this, you can actually find the release date for the Elder Scrolls 6. Let me just get it up. The only thing being is that this is the information we have here. But essentially the problem is that we don't actually know the release date. It's not public knowledge. That information is for the lawyers who are looking over this case. Now, I've spoken to my friend who is a lawyer, and he said that you could get access, but you'd have to, I can't remember, he used some lawyer terminology, you'd have to like request access to the sensitive information within the case. And he doesn't work for the CMA, so he probably wouldn't have an excuse to do so. But it says titles such as the case is about fair competition between different companies, right? So basically, in this statement that Microsoft owned Bethesda. In this statement that was released by Microsoft, they had the release dates of the Elder Scrolls 6 because they were basically trying to say that the Elder Scrolls 6 and the Elder Scrolls series is actually like a medium series compared to other games that they have, like Call of Duty and Minecraft. These are like the big heavy hitters. Redfall and Starfield are in the middle because they don't know how successful they'll be yet. They're new IPs. They've not been tested. They've not been released. I'd probably put Starfield more towards the right and Redfall more towards the lower end, just because it's like a niche game, in my opinion, than a new RPG based in space from Bethesda. And then they have Fallout 76 right at the bottom with Psychonauts 2, because they say those are like really niche games. So they're basically trying to say that these games that they currently have don't have the market monopoly. But these other games that they're going to be buying when they buy Activision, like Call of Duty, do. So this is why when they discuss, like, okay, in such cases, the Elder Scrolls 6, which is not supposed to be released before X date, which is, I can hardly read this, which the last installment of the series released in 2011, as well as other titles, will not involve Microsoft USD per annum of the revenue for PlayStation customers. And so basically they're saying that this isn't going to be like competition to Sony necessarily, it's going to be released on all platforms. But it's interesting that they know the time frame. Obviously they're a big company, this is a big game coming out. Bethesda have their timeline and their pipeline of what's going on. Same with Starfield. Bethesda hasn't released the public date for that yet, but it's probably going to be pushed back from mid 2023 to late 2023, probably like winter next year, I would have thought. And that probably also pushes back the release date of Starfield. But on this statement, they've given an actual release date for the Elder Scrolls 6. So I don't know if it'll get leaked at some point, but people do know the rough release window of when it's planned to come out, purely based on those documents. And you can go onto the UK government's website to a Microsoft Activision Blizzard merger inquiry from the CMA, and you can read those documents if you want to read them. But I've already checked, the actual date itself isn't in there, unfortunately. But that is the current situation on the Elder Scrolls 6 release date. But it's interesting that it's known about, and like someone knows it who doesn't work at Bethesda. So I don't know if it's going to get out somehow, but it will be interesting to see the window. But I can tell you guys, it's going to be far away. Like it's going to be like 20. I would say at least 2025 at the very earliest, but I think probably 2028 is probably more realistic, especially because in other interviews where Todd Howard talked about technology, and he's about to discuss the Elder Scrolls 6 now, and then goes on to Fallout and character creation and quest items. So yeah, we'll have a look, see what he says.
Blink. What would that, Todd, tell me about the year it's coming out? Would it be 2025?
Trick question.
Or 26?
I've been asked that question many ways, but never like that.
Yeah, I thought I would try to sneak it. I mean, there is of course no answer because
I wish it was soon. You know,
soon.
We want them out too. You know, and I wish they didn't take as long as they did, but they do. And look, I mean, if I could go back in time, would never have been my plan to wait as long as it's taken for it.
So you love that world, the Elder Scrolls world?
Well, look, it's
of course, man.
It's part of why I've spent more time there than anything else in my life, probably. Right. So, it's deeply love it. We all do. It's a part of us. And you know, when you aren't doing it for a while, you really do miss it. And when I look at what we're doing, have planned for that game, and I was in a meeting yesterday. I was like, I just want to play all this right now. But you know, we're going to make.
And also on that point, he said we had a meeting about the Elder Scrolls 6 yesterday. Like, you know, we know it's in pre-production. We know it has been for at least 3 years at this point, actually, based on the previous knowledge. So we know that it's already being worked on in pre-production, and they're like, you know, and we know that Fallout 5 has a one-pager, according to Todd Howard. So they've got some ideas for it, you know, they're floating some ideas, but they're not at that point yet. Whereas Starfield is like, that's in the polishing stage still, is what we've been told, is that everything's there, everything's ready, it's just like still being polished.
Sure, we do it right for everybody, and we do have to approach it. People are playing games for a long time. You know, Skyrim's 11 years old. Still probably our most played game, and so we don't see it slowing down.
Mm-hmm.
And people will probably be playing it 10 years from now also. So you have to think about, okay, people are going to play the next Elder Scrolls game for a decade, 2 decades, and that does change the way you think about how you architect it from the get-go.
What are some elements that change the way? Like, how do you make a game that's playable for 20 years? So
we're trying to figure that out. But
trying to figure that out. He's done quite well so far. Victor, will the game be as bugged as Skyrim? Those were fun. I reckon we'll have loads of like fun little bugs and stuff we can take advantage of. I think those are always fun. I guess like the question is like, as long as we don't have the game breaking ones that stop us progressing the quest lines and things like that, or cause crashes. That's probably the main concern, right? But yeah, like we think we all enjoy like when the AI does something silly or NPCs act in a weird way. I mean, those are some of my favorite moments. But yeah, the gaming grandma, she's been made into a follower in the Elder Scrolls 6. They've scanned her in using photogrammetry technology. Doesn't mean she knows the release date though. She, you know, like when you work on games, you actually show up at the studio, you do what you need to do, and then you have a chat about things. But I don't think like. When Todd said, I don't know when the Elder Scrolls 6 will come out, like exactly. I know when around it will come out. It's probably not kidding. Like, I think Starfield was meant to release like a few years ago, right? So, but like, you know, things have happened since then.
But there are some elements I should pause on that. You know, part of me, I'm of course asking jokingly, I'm excited for it, but I think Skyrim is an amazing game still. You know, I really enjoy it still.
Yeah, and you know what? The content, even if you step away from it for a while, then play what I'll say the vanilla version without mods. If you go and haven't played it in a while, there's always a new way to play it. But then if you look at the mods 100%. And what creators are doing to it, we think that is just awesome.
Yeah.
It's something that we've always supported. We're going to keep supporting. We've hired a large number of modders that are now professionals. We want to.
They've actually recently hired the Fallout London modding team. A lot of people from there. I was speaking to some guys who like know them. Have now been hired to work at Bethesda from there, which I always love to see as like a fan who plays through these mods. Obviously, I mean, it delays the release of that mod, but I'm really grateful that they've now got jobs at Bethesda doing what they love. Regarding Skyrim mods, I mean, we recently played through a remaster of the Shivering Isles Saints and Juice's Creation Club mod, and it allows you to actually go back to the Shivering Isles from Oblivion, and it just blows my mind. Like, there's an infinite amount of content, especially like, you know, adding camping and stuff like that. Like, you know, you can replay the game again in survival mode.
Support the people who are doing on their own so they can be professionals on their own. And
how do you create a world that's moddable? So you think of designing the game from the start as that enables mods.
Yeah, absolutely. So it starts with us, like everything we're doing. Okay, a modder, a content creator is going to have to use our tools. Now we do clean them up for release, you know, because if you're like a developer in-house, you can deal with some kludginess when you're putting stuff together. When you put it out for people, we do clean a lot of it up. And there's still obviously a learning curve there. But we have people who've been doing it for 20 years with us.
What's involved with modding? I'm actually quite noobish at this.
Okay.
And I'm almost afraid to ask because now that you explained to me, I fear I will spend a very large amount of time creating mods.
Well, we have an editor. You can download on Steam, the creation kit for our games, and then it loads up the world, and you could do something really, really small, like change the color of the weather. And it creates a little plugin file, we call it, you know, a modification to the game. And then you can run your game with that. It's on console now, the mods, not the editing. And it's just been incredible. Our community there has been amazing what they do with the games.
So a lot of it is the visuals.
A lot of people do visual things because it's the easiest thing to do first, or they'll build a new space. There's some great things with, like, I love the Khajiit follower mod for Skyrim. It's awesome.
Is he talking about, is it Indigo, something like that? Like, he's a fully voiced Khajiit follower, and I love it when people like Todd Howard or Pete Hines like come in and then just like in an interview like, oh, I love this mod, and I'm just like, damn, they still check out that community made stuff and enjoy playing it. It's just like really, I just love hearing that, you know, that they're how passionate they are about the games.
There have been quest lines; those things just take a really, really long time.
Yeah.
And so someone who's going to do that, that's almost like it takes them a long time. It's more than a hobby.
Like, I mean, we played through Enderal, which is literally like, imagine like the world of Game of Thrones, but in the Skyrim world. That's what it is. But not Game of Thrones. It's like its own world that's created from the Skyrim engine. So if you have Skyrim, you download that one mod. It's on Steam. You can literally just download the game. I think you have to own Skyrim though. And it is, I mean, we did a whole playthrough of that, and oh my god, the level of voice acting, quests, and like the world and environment blew my mind. My god, it was good.
And we're always looking at ways that we can make it like, hey, they can turn a career into it, because it's just awesome.
Yeah.
What about, is there any possibility in doing a mod for some of the AI stuff?
There is, and I've seen some, but to really move it along, if they're using the tools that we already put out there, so to really move the AI along, you'd have to get in the code, which some people have figured out ways to hack in and do things with script extenders. But for the most part, like really pushing it, it does take us, which is why you see when we have a new game come along, the palette that they have is there's so many more things they can do.
Well, I've built bots that play the driving games, but they do that by just taking reading the screen and doing not basic. It's actually pretty complicated, but computer vision, doing the control. But you're basically simulating the human player. To do that for Skyrim or for some of the open world games, that's literally, you have to create AGI to be able to to play those open. Well, maybe not. Maybe you can create a super dumb, like just a two-handed sword and just keep swinging until everybody's dead.
Look, there's some bot stuff out there that does it. We have some very, very dumb bots that we use to run through the world to test it. That will deploy.
Oh, that's interesting. They use bots to run through the world, probably like testing for bugs or something.
On a whole bunch of servers, just to, we do it every day. We run through every space. We're doing Starfield.
And then just running, they're all out there.
Well, it does it very quickly. It loads up every place, every place in the game, and runs around a little bit, and then loads the next place and runs around a little bit. We're just testing, like, did it crash? What's the memory growth? What's the get a report? Here are all the places where the frame rate wasn't up to snuff. And then we do have one that will play.
That's really interesting, because that's like how it really is, especially when you're using procedural generation. How do you test that? Like, it's impossible. Even like look at like Warzone 2, right? This has just come out and I've been playing it, and apparently on launch there was a lot of issues and bugs that people were complaining about. That I think they've done pretty well in patching them out, like a lot of stuff now very quickly. But how, like, as a small, I mean, they're a massive studio, right? They're a massive AAA studio. They got loads of money, loads of employees, multiple companies within working on these games. But even with a QA testing team, like, you cannot get to the point where you've like played enough of the game to like experience all the bugs. So when you release it and suddenly you've got like millions and millions and millions of people playing your game, they're gonna experience things that you could have never tested for. And that's really cool that they're using AI to test that out for, like, even right now where they're like at the bug catching stage, trying to fix those.
On its own, it's heavily scripted, but it lets us test. Every time we make a build, there's a bot that runs through like the first 1 or 2 main quests. Like, it'll just play it. That way we know, do we break anything? Because you don't want to waste like QA's time. Like, you got.
Oh, this is so interesting. So every time they have bots running through the initial main quests, which is kind of, why is it only the first 2 main quests? And then it doesn't matter, if you, because people, like, I mean, Todd Howard said earlier, like, people play these games for like hours at a time, right? Like, so surely he knows that people are going to like jump on this game and just like play it from start to finish, like with one sitting, just for like 20 hours. They're not, I mean, I don't know. They're definitely going to find bugs after the 3rd or 4th main quest, right? But it's nice that they have bots to run through that stuff, I guess.
Guys broke it again within 5 minutes. So yeah.
Yeah, so
Just
that's
switch back a bit.
Like QA's time, like, you guys broke it again within 5 minutes. So yeah.
Yeah, so that's for like broken stuff.
Right.
I wonder if you can build a bot that estimates the quality of the experience.
Oh my gosh. Okay, can you do that?
I don't know. But just like the number, like how boring or not boring, the boring meter.
That doesn't even that would be impossible though, because like, it's kind of like, say for example, if I ask you like, oh, how did you find Fallout 4? How did you like the Blades mobile game? Like, how did you find that? Some people, like, they might have just surface level touched it, maybe not got into it, thought it was boring, weren't excited about it. Other people love it, love the lore, spent hundreds of hours on it. Everyone responds to games in different ways though. It's like art, like, so a bot enjoying something just doesn't, like, okay, an AI bot enjoying something, like, what's their concept of enjoyment? It doesn't make sense. Like, it's a trivial thing to do. It's interesting, but it's trivial.
How many times you die?
How many times you die? Is death boring or exciting? That's the question. I mean,
good question.
I feel like there's a balance to be struck there, because you always want to be in fear of death.
Yeah, we have this chart at work we use, which is like, if you think about any game that you've played that you've put down, it's either about a frustration / confusion or boredom.
Yeah.
And you got to put the player right in the middle of that.
And there is a chart that for every game of, like, you could almost put like little communities underneath on the spectrum of that chart, like the Dark Souls community is like over here, because Elden Ring, for example, like, you can play that game so much. And I've seen like some of the developers playing it as well on Twitter and talking about it and really enjoying it, because it's enjoyable to die a lot and then like finally beat the boss. And then a lot of video games don't give you that feeling anymore of challenge. And I think you end up kind of like Todd Howard said himself, like, dying isn't fun. I don't mind dying. I want like a risk when I go out into space that I could die. But he clearly thinks that dying isn't fun for the player, and therefore we probably, like, you can kind of see that on the difficulty settings of Skyrim. But mods can change these things, which is the nice thing. But I just think I don't know, like I would rather have a more challenging Starfield or Bethesda game, but also I've played so much Skyrim where I'm at the point where like I can dodge enemy attacks in close combat even without a dodge mod being built in. You can do certain things like that because you've played the game so much. So you're going to have to think about the wider audience, I guess, and who's actually going to be playing your game. And clearly he thinks death isn't fun for people, which is interesting.
But I've sometimes put down games from frustration only to return again,
Yes.
stronger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Dark Souls. Todd Howard said it himself.
I mean,
yeah.
that's the challenge. That's part of it. Well, I don't know. Actually, Skyrim, I'm one of those. I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of humans that you've interacted with about what they enjoy. But to me, I could enjoy Skyrim on any difficulty level. It doesn't all of it.
Yeah, definitely.
So it depends. The open world nature of it is what's really compelling,
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily the challenge of the particular quest and so on.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm not sure if that's the same experience for everybody.
Do you play the survival mode? There's a survival mode in Skyrim. It was a Creation Club thing. It does like some hunger. It does hot and cold. It does some other systems that make it,
Illnesses.
In our minds, a little more believable. It was actually a Creation Club thing made by an external creator who is now full time with us.
So
That's
can we
tense as well.
actually, thinking about Starfield, thinking about Elder Scrolls 6, go through the full life of a video game?
Is this cut or did he just like straight up blank Todd Howard? Survival mode is great, bro. It makes the game more challenging. I really enjoyed it. There's also loads of mods as well that can like really increase that experience, like with the wood cutting, the camping, the placing of the tent, and just makes you feel like you're living a life and a routine in a game, which is quite compelling, really. Just really immerses you that much more in the environment. Just being like, I can't just like jump into the river and cross it. I've actually got to go and find a bridge.
You've created. So what's it take to take a game from the idea to find the final product? What are the different steps along the way?
Great question. Well, usually it starts with, honestly, lunchtime conversations with a number of us. Hey, we think we want to do this. This is what it's going to be like. Look, with an Elder Scrolls, you're going to do it.
Just, quickly, you mentioned that point there. I agree. When you turn up the difficulty in a lot of Bethesda games, the enemies just become more spongy, like more tanky, like they just absorb bullets. So you have to like waste 5 clips into them, while in comparison, they do more damage to you. So I would rather have it realistic, where you just both do more damage to each other and combat is just super harsh, I think there are mods that do this stuff, but I agree. Like turning someone into a bullet sponge doesn't make the game harder. It just makes it like more time consuming to kill people, and then ammo is more scarce because you wasted it all on killing one guy. Like I agree. It works up to a certain degree, which is why when I play Skyrim now, I usually only level to 30, because then enemies are like difficult and tanky enough, but not to the point where you've leveled to like level 300 and the enemies are just like have like 1 billion health or something silly, because the enemies level with like this scale and difficulty with you as you level in Skyrim. So it's like this weird middle ground that I find to be optimal.
It's a matter of when. So, okay, what's the tone we're going for, right? Where's it set? So we usually start with the world. And then we are always overlapping. So while we're making one game, as we're, getting in the throes of it or wrapping it up, probably by the midpoint of one game, we've had enough conversations to understand what the next one's going to be. What are the big ticket, like, where's it set? What's the tone? Is there a big ticket feature or two that make it really unique? And then when we're finishing one game, we start prototyping. Sorry, before that, we start concepting. So we'll do concept art. And for one reason or another, I usually have the beginning of the game worked out. I like to think about, okay, how's the game start? What's the player do first?
Yeah.
We do music early, So take Elder Scrolls 6. We forgot where it's set. What's the tone? What are the big features?
I think I heard one of the soundtracks for like Elder Scrolls 6 like several years ago. I can't remember when it was, but insanely cool soundtrack. Reminds you of Hammerfell as well.
We discussed the beginning of the game, which we've had for a very long time.
Where's it set again? Just kidding.
Yep. In Tamriel. And
Damn it. Well, at least we know we narrowed it down.
Well, I mean, you narrowed it down to Tamriel, bro. So it's definitely not Akavir or some other crazy solution people have been trying to come up with. Like, when I spoke to Ted Peterson, the original writer of the Elder Scrolls, he was actually quite excited as well for them to go to Akavir or explore those other land masses that haven't been touched by Elder Scrolls games yet. But I think Todd wants to have a part of familiarity with the player, which I really like. I mean, I feel like Tamriel is not fully explored yet, even though we've explored it in Elder Scrolls Online, and I have. It's very different to play a Bethesda single player game.
On that, that would be epic if it was like a portal into another dimension. Anyway,
then I like to do music. So we've already done a take on the music for Elder Scrolls 6.
So you can sit there with the concept art and the music, and you can feel it.
No, the music we put in the teaser for it. This was 2018. We've taken that further, obviously. And again, we're working on the world. You're then doing concepting and design for the world. And then once we're wrapping up one game, we can really start prototyping the new one. And you're usually building kind of your initial spaces. And so we do like to do like a first playable, a smaller section of the game that we can sort of prove out and show to people, hey, this is how it feels different. This is what it looks like. This is what's unique about it. Then we turn that into a larger chunk when more of the team comes on.
Dude, imagine like watching one of those internal Todd Howard demos. You'd be so hyped. He must have shown that to like Phil Spencer from Xbox, and he was like, "We need to buy Bethesda immediately," or ZeniMax, the parent company. But yeah, no, that's exciting to hear.
The other game is done, and that's still what we call a VS, vertical slice. So you still don't have the full team on it. And it's a larger chunk of the game that you can play. And then once you feel good about that, you're going to bring on the rest of the team. And we're fortunate that the other games we've done are popular enough that we can be doing DLC and content and those kind of things while we're getting the one going. And then we're at full production where we're sort of at maximum size. We just call that production. That's like the full production period. And that, depending on the game, can run a year, 2 years, maybe more. And then you kind of have a finalized.
So depending on the game, production is like a few years of all hands on deck, essentially. Starfield's been longer than that, and I do wonder, obviously, they're probably getting to the point where they're like really ramping up production now, even into full production, I would have expected. Since Starfield at this point is just at bug fixing stages, and they've literally said they've got bots going around the game, like probably patching things and QA testing it, and that is like end of development for the pipeline.
Final 6 months to a year on a game, which is okay, we've built everything now, and usually it needs a lot of glue, where we have a lot of very different elements that maybe aren't clicking together the way you want outside of the regular polish for levels and features. And we're shaving and gluing and sticking things together so that it's not this schizophrenic game experience that things flow from one into another.
In terms of story, like on that level?
It's really, no, usually the story, the designers have done a really good job. It's more about game features, and then how they interact with the story, or, hey, I went from this experience to this experience, or picking flowers and alchemy feels like a different game than, and then how is another character referencing that? And how is that intersecting with the skill system and the interface? Like, the skill system and the interface is the party host. If you think about a game, most games, particularly what I like to do, is that's your person who says, welcome, do this, go here, check this out. And the skill system and the way it reacts on the HUD, the interface of the game, is sort of leading you to the next thing. And once you get that flow down and the rate at which the game is giving you activities, then you're in like what we describe as a game flow. It's not till really that last year.
It's kind of like that makes a lot of sense. Like if you look at Fallout 4, how they introduced the settlement system, like after a few quests, and then if you go to Skyrim, when you get to Riften, you can be like, oh, there's a blacksmith here. Like, can you show me how to smith an iron dagger? He like says, oh yeah, just grab this, and then you can do this and this. And then he kind of gives you like a little tutorial on how to do that. And there's a little quest for it, you know. But those things aren't just thrown at you at the start, and you don't really so much have to figure them out for yourself completely.
For that, the game flow is just, it doesn't even exist in the way that you see it in the final game. And that's what we're working on a lot that last year.
So at which point does like the set of skills, the skill tree, the characteristics of the role-playing aspect of it, when is that set? The ideas?
We usually have it in the beginning, but it's just, we know it won't be done until that last year. We'll have one, but we know it's going to get honed because it's not until you really see, okay, how impactful is that one? How much are you doing it? Like how.
This is interesting because he said, like, you know, we saw the E3 Starfield skills, and then they had like another little showcase where they talked about them. Some of them had changed. So they do that in the last year. I didn't realize. I thought that was like quite an early thing. But now he's saying, okay, yeah, so you actually have to look at how the player uses them and what ones are utilized. Are some of them useless? Does no one use this one? You know, is it bad?
How much are you really? And the main combat ones, they always win. You always know the players will drift toward the combat type skills because every character needs some amount of that. But okay, well, how important is cooking? How important is alchemy? How important is these other type of activities? And then how do you balance them where when you load up the skill menu, it isn't automatically give me plus 10 damage?
How do you get what about the combat system? That does seem to be an important part of a lot of games.
Started in the beginning, yeah, every time. Yep. So usually when we're making that first playable, it's an area you can go through, some amount of dialogue, some amount of combat.
How do you get the combat right? What's the secret to a great combat system?
Well, first on a control side, helping the player when they don't realize it. There's a lot of tricks you can do with magnetism.
Oh yeah, there's like, you know, for example, on Call of Duty, if you're like taking cover behind something for too long, like they are just throwing grenades at you. Or in Bethesda's games, how they set out the enemies, they'll be spaced out and they won't all necessarily come and attack you at the same time, you know. I don't know. Some games also have an AI sort of system in the background that works where, depending how well you're doing, the game gets harder and things like this on the fly. Bethesda games don't seem to do that, though.
In terms of the controller and where the attacks go. So it has to feel, the minute to minute has to feel really good in your hand. So there's a lot of animation time, right? And changing animations so they're impactful and they happen at a rate that the player feels like they're really doing it. And then ultimately, it's the illusion that the enemies are smart, but they really are there for you to kill them. Right?
Yeah.
So they do a lot of things to just let themselves get killed. They're not near as smart as we can make them, because it turns out that is not fun.
I mean, that's, you know, it's like if you've ever played, like, I'm going to use Call of Duty as an example because it's something a lot of people can relate to, but if you turn on like the bots, like the hardest difficulty, sometimes they'll just be standing there and then they'll do a 360-degree turn and just headshot you and you're like, what? What's happening? You know, it's just a bit too intense. So yeah, like sometimes when you turn it up to legendary difficulty, though, they can do that on Skyrim with a bow.
Right. So there's a balance.
Must have been the wind.
That is, I guess, a kind of AI, and it's a very intimate interaction with an AI because it's like there's a lot of stuff going on. It's not just very kind of shallow, like a dialogue or something like that. It's like,
I think dialogue's opposite of
there's
shallow.
a time critical nature of it. A lot of stuff is happening, and if anything feels off, it's going to feel wrong.
Yep, all the games do it. You know, it's not unique to what we do in terms of how they handle combat scenarios. And there's some games that just do it extremely well in terms of even in multiplayer where you're playing bots and most people don't know it.
Oh, you know.
Or how a multiple enemy scenario is really, you know, they don't all shoot you. They trade off. They're going to wait. And I was like, all right, I'll just wait my turn because we don't want to overwhelm them. But you feel like you're overwhelmed when there's 6 enemies. But, you know, a good game will, no, they're going to take their time.
Is there a science to it? Is it art? Is it like how do
Yes. I mean, it's all of that.
so it's like an iterative process where you try different things, you have different
Yep.
ideas.
There's a lot of
animation.
there's a lot of
sound design.
timing, animation work, HUD work also. How does the reticule change? What are the little sound effects?
What about like the gamify, like that is fun?
Again, that goes back to the winning. You know.
Right. So winning is fun.
Yes.
Death is not.
Yes. Let the Wookiee win.
Winning is fun, death is not. It's so simple. It kind of reminds me, I don't know, like it just doesn't it doesn't seem that simple to me. Like I think it's a lot more complex on video games. Winning something if it I've played games actually where I found them boring because it's so easy. And I've just been like, I can't be bothered, you know. I don't care what the ending is. I can't even be bothered to like get through the cutscenes to get to the ending because it's so easy. I want some element of challenge there. I want to die. There's no point in having death in a video game if you can't die, you know. Like if there's no fear of death, why should death even be a mechanic in the first place? I feel like there should be an element of danger. It's interesting. I don't know what you guys feel about that. I think he's oversimplified it. But when I play Skyrim, like there's difficulty setting, you can change it a little bit and also mod it to make it better. But it's such a hard thing, difficulty, to get right because every single person is different. Todd's got a different opinion to me, and so on.
I like how you have to dumb down the AI to make it fun for humans. Because if you didn't, it would just be slaughter nonstop for all humans. That's good to know. What about things like you said cooking, like crafting, making potions and poisons and smithing, weapons and armor, cooking.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get that right? What's interesting there? It's such an interesting a lot of games don't have that kind of thing.
I think the most important thing here is having a sense of progression. Like there's a reason to advance the skill and knowledge and rewarding the player for having that knowledge of how to make like a really powerful potion, combining the best ingredients for it and knowing where to find those ingredients in alchemy. And I also think that you need to make each one of those crafting things meaningful. Like they actually have to have a purpose for gameplay. Like look at cooking in Skyrim, right? Apart from the little bug with vegetable soup where you can get the unlimited shield bash because you always have one stamina because of the regen, how it works. Every other food is pretty much useless. Hearthfire added some that are like kind of useful, like you might, but like, are you really going to go out of your way to cook them? Having like, you know, for example, New World did it so that it's actually worth going and finding ingredients and cooking food because it gives your character like a buff for a few hours of gameplay. Same with like activating shrines in Skyrim. You get like a 20% cooldown to your shouts for the Shrine of Talos. That has a meaningful benefit to go and do that. Same with sleeping in Skyrim. Gives you a experience boost for a certain amount of time. Or like these things are actually give it a gameplay benefit to doing that mundane task like sleeping, eating and drinking, and it makes it interesting and exciting. I think that is so important. Sometimes they get it right, other times they don't, you know. And some people just hate alchemy, so they just, you know, keep feeding them health potions. But every player is different in that sense. And I think it's important for these crafting skills to have a meaning and actually have a play style attached to them. Like you can just be an alchemist.
So what role does that play in?
You know, I think we really cracked it in a way I liked with Fallout 4, actually, where when we're doing Elder Scrolls, we have like the flowers and things, and you have alchemy, and we took this to, okay, if it's post-apocalyptic, what if everything in the world was an alchemical ingredient some kind? So breaking it down to their components. So when you walk around a world like that, again, we like the simulation, we like the forks and the spoons and the cups and all that. Okay, how can I use those to create? So I love how it starts working in Fallout 4.
I love Fallout 4 too, but it did annoy me a little bit that like or like I'd be crafting something and then I'd just need glue, and there wasn't enough glue for everything I wanted to craft, and therefore like I had to like go to specific places and find the glue, and then you'd have to like go and start, you know, punching the shopkeepers and killing them and then reloading to reset their inventory so you could buy more glue if they had some in stock. And you then had to like go out of your way gameplay wise in order to have enjoyment from the crafting system, because you were lacking one ingredient like the washers or something, you know. And I think that was the one downfall, but beyond that I really enjoyed it too, Todd.
Where, okay, all these things I find, they have some value in creating or crafting outside of a cup is worth 1 gold piece or 1 cap.
By the way, I have to be honest, I haven't played Fallout 4. I played Fallout 3. Thought that was a legendary game. I've been
good game.
Can you make a case for Fallout 4 that I should, or should I just wait till Fallout 5? And when does that come?
I think you should play Fallout 4. Love to hear your thoughts.
All right.
It's a different game.
Skyrim is too. I mean, it's
we try to make them all different. They are
fundamentally different.
They all have their own tone. Yeah. So Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 intentionally a very different tone.
Oh, really? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So what's that world like? What's the post-apocalyptic world of Fallout? If you can just briefly take a stroll into that world, tone-wise.
Well, in entertainment, there's a lot of post-apocalyptic stuff, and what makes Fallout tick is the world that was left behind, the world that blew itself up, this utopian world of nuclear energy, and it all goes wrong. So I love the American dream of that, like how they visioned the future in the 50s and that blowing itself up. I think that's like a super interesting place to explore, which is why we always wanted to play in that world.
Seeing the before and
after
was cool.
It does an amazing job of sort of weaving, you know, the drama and darkness of a post-apocalyptic world with B-movie humor. You know, it winks at the camera sometimes, often actually, and that when you're in that world, it just has this its own unique flow and vibe outside of anything else kind of in that genre.
So Elder Scrolls has, or at least Skyrim has, some humor.
Has a little bit.
But Fallout leans into it a little more.
A little bit more. Yeah, it does.
A lot
It's
more.
like ironic humor. It's the duck and cover. It's to get under your desk if the bomb comes and everything will be fine.
Yeah.
It's that type of humor.
So the funny thing is, I do think Fallout 3 is one of the greatest games ever. You've said that, quote, when we started Fallout 3 in 2004, we obviously had big ideas of what we could do with it, and I talked to a lot of people, from ex-developers to press folks to fans. What made it special? What are the key things you'd want out in a new one? The opinions, and I'll put this mildly, varied a lot, but they would all end the same, like a stern father pausing for effect, but do not screw it up. How do you not screw up a game?
I mean, they must feel that way about every game. Like the especially like now, because we saw this obviously with Fallout 76, where it released, there were some problems, and what we have now compared to back then is the internet. We have social media, people getting cancelled left, right, and center, and you immediately see everyone's opinion, whether you want to or not, and that's quite intense. Especially for video game developers who are like very passionate about the projects they're doing, but when certain things don't go right for whatever reason, you know, it's that's tough, man. Like Todd Howard was saying for Redguard, you know, he was like, oh, that kind of like felt somewhat responsible. Like that's a really sad thing actually, because these are real people that work on these games, and I think that's something we need to remember. But on the other side, you've got loads of fans who like really excited about the next Elder Scrolls, the next, you know, new IP Starfield from Bethesda, new RPG game that is being the reason Fallout 5 and Elder Scrolls are being delayed, you know? So these things hit differently for different people. And I think that's, yeah, exactly. Like even Cyberpunk was like a very successful game, but the launch and the expectations were very intense. Like they were very, I feel like now, like look at the latest MMO coming out, right? Ashes of Creation. Everyone's so hyped for that. It's the next World of Warcraft killer, you know? Game looks great, don't get me wrong, but the expectations people have for that game Jesus, like how on earth is anyone ever going to fulfill those expectations? They're not. They're only going to be disappointed. I feel like it was the same for like Fallout 76, and there were concerns with it being multiplayer and stuff, but these games these days from AAA companies are hyped up beyond, what even the marketing PR team does. And Todd obviously is trying to manage expectations for some of the different dynamics and processes and game loops he's talked about in Starfield with the speech and relationships and how they work, and being like, yeah, I don't want to oversell this, but this is kind of how it works. And obviously we speculate and get excited, and you will see the videos, and it almost leads to you can only be disappointed because it's never going to live up to this crazy expectation. So I think we kind of place a ridiculous expectation on some of these games, especially because they take longer to make compared to the old ones as well.
Not screwed up many games yet.
A lot of pressure.
Back to the Fallout one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that we were met with a lot of skepticism in terms of, what are they going to do with this? It was a beloved kind of isometric turn-based role-playing game, awesome for when it came out. And actually it was announced.
So good.
We had finished Morrowind, but not announced Oblivion. But because we'd acquired the rights, we had to announce it. Because I think Interplay was the public company. I don't remember. I just remember we had to announce it, and we're thinking there, well, we're gonna piss off all the Elder Scrolls fans because we're announcing a Fallout game. We're probably gonna piss off the hardcore Fallout fans because we didn't make the original, and clearly we'll probably make a different kind of game. So I do remember, there was a lot of concern with all of our fans and fans of Fallout at the time, and so I think it was pretty rewarding for us that game found the audience and success that it did. Is one of my favorite projects that I've ever worked on. And because it was so fresh for us, and we had a very clear, like, even before we had the rights, like, this is the game we're going to make. Like, this is the kind of thing we're going to do. And we had done Morrowind, then we were working on Oblivion. And it was kind of a breath of fresh air to do it. And what's kind of remarkable is Fallout 3 comes out just, 2.5 years after Oblivion.
Yeah, that's
and
mad.
We did all this DLC for Oblivion. So we were really, really kind of prolific in how our development, how it was going. So I just remember enjoying making that game so much because it was everything we were doing was new.
Which aspect of the world creation, was there some innovation, like technically, that was happening?
The world creation, like, it was, obviously a different look, even though some of us, very few of us, had worked on the Terminator things. The VAT system, the skill system, and we loved the original game so much. So you felt this responsibility to bring it back in a big way and reintroduce it in a way that, as much as we could, scratch the same itch when you played the original game, that had the same tone.
Are there some favorite things to you about that world that just kind of connect you? Is it the humor?
Fallout 3, I love. Again, I usually start with the beginning. I love the beginning.
Oh, the beginning is
the
great.
Character generation. If you played it a lot or you're developing it, it starts to feel really long. Mm-hmm. But the first time you play it, or second, I just think it's awesome. And this idea, it's a hard thing to say. Okay, we want you to feel like your character on the screen.
Is it like with that and the Fallout 4 intro, like, it immediately gave you with Fallout 4 a connection to your son, and that you were like with your wife and stuff, and then you see your wife get killed and your son gets taken. You're like, Jesus, what is happening here? Like, you need to find Sean. Then you have like the Sean button where you can just be like, Sean, constantly. And then on Fallout 3, obviously you build up a relationship with your father. He raises you, then he just disappears into the wasteland. You don't know why, but your first instinct is be like, okay, I'm going to go after him. And that's like the main quest line. So they immediately attach you to that main quest, which I think is very powerful. And I love growing up in the vault in Fallout 3 and just seeing what that is like. Especially it gives you like an idea then of the vault's tech system and all these experiments going on, and you've experienced that firsthand.
Even when you play like a Skyrim, you don't know what you were doing before that. But Fallout 3, you were born in the vault and you raised in the vault and you lived in the vault, but you experience a part of that. So it's a very different, when you step out, I think it really, I mean,
It's
the
a different
visuals are the
way.
visuals, but the emotional moment of stepping out of the vault, you feel like you lived your whole life in the vault.
Yeah.
And you feel like you have a sense of your past.
Right. And I need to find my father.
We should. Isn't it possible to have that sense with like Elder Scrolls, like a life story, like
I think it is possible, my friend, but I think you wouldn't do that because it would really tarnish the roleplay game sense that it has of just like, you know, they could have like a really standard background in Skyrim, like you were trying to cross the border, you got caught up in this sort of imperial ambush with the Stormcloaks. You're not really anything to do with that. You could be part of it. You could be with Ulfric, and you're all sort of like in this awkward situation with Rogvir the horse thief, you know, and from that you can be like, I am anyone I want to be, like a D&D campaign, and you can roleplay any character and what you're doing at the time and who you might be and so on. There's an alternate start mod for Skyrim where you can kind of choose if you were living in Skyrim already and if you had a house in one of the towns, or if you were a steward or you owned land like one of the farms or something. So I really like that like uninterrupted background, but for some reason when I'm playing Fallout, maybe that's because I like Skyrim more for that reason maybe, but when I'm playing Fallout I enjoy this immersion in the world, and that step out of the vault, it really kind of ties into the main story, which works really well. I'm glad they don't do it with Skyrim though,
like
or Elder
childhood trauma
Scrolls.
and stuff. Back to the human
I mean, you'd
condition.
have to like, look, you do some of that stuff, but they go through menus. You know, pick your background. We're doing that in Starfield. Hey, pick your background. What were you doing before this moment?
Can you pick your traumas and stuff? Like,
Say,
that's
hey,
a mod.
if you want
That's
to make a mod, you want
yeah,
to make a
thank
mod,
you.
go for that.
And then also make a mod for like a therapist.
But a lot of it, you know, is in your head. So you're gonna do that. You're gonna pick this background. You do these things, and you're sort of like, this is who I was.
Yeah.
And we intentionally with Elder Scrolls kind of make it as much of a blank slate. You know, Elder Scrolls is a little bit more of a blank slate game to who you are, which has a lot of positives. And Fallout for us has been more of a, this was your life before. Here's who you were. Go be who you want to be, but this is the background. It's a little more strict.
It makes sense in the
Now,
context
this
of the
might
vaults.
reveal something about me. And speaking of childhood trauma,
I just want to say, in Fallout 76, they didn't really do the whole vault thing. Like, it was kind of there. There was this idea that, like, you were at a party and you were, like, one of the people that were, like, one of the smart people that got to go into this vault and have a party the last year before you all left, but then you didn't meet anyone there. You didn't know what life was like in the vault. So it really lost out on, you know, you can see the difference between when that is included in the game, Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, and Fallout New Vegas starts in an even more different way, but there's a cool cutscene to introduce you to it, and then you get picked up by a doctor and immediately you're thrown into this storyline of, whoa, what just happened, man? I got shot in the head and survived. Like, why did this guy shoot me? I don't remember. I need to figure it out. So I liked that. I liked that introduction to the game like that, but it really didn't work out in Fallout 76. I just feel like not enough time and care was taken in that intro.
but I feel like there's a lot of the meaningful experience of a role-playing game is not just the development of the character throughout the game, but the initial character creation, like you said. Is there something to that process that you found to be powerful? Like the design of that process, because you think so much about that beginning. How much should be controlled? How much should be defined? The interface.
Alternative start also lets you be like an orc in the orc stronghold and you just start the game there, or a necromancer and you start the game in like a dungeon with other necromancers that aren't like hostile to you, or even a bandit. I like that concept, you know, where it just like really for role playing
Itself, the visual appearance of the character too. Because I feel like that you're loading in, you start to load in the world that you're about to enter by creating that character, right?
Yeah, we think about it a lot. It's a really, really good comment and question. And it's more than, it has to set the whole stage. It has to like pique your interest for the world you're going to enter. And we've done it so many different ways in terms of when you actually go to make your character, when you're making the choice. And one of the things over time that we've wanted to avoid is people starting over. So there's a lot of intentionality around the types of choices you have that can be undone or not undone. Because what game players want to is, I'll play it and then I'll make a new character. But sometimes they do that because they realize they made the wrong type of character.
That's true.
And as a designer, you don't want that to happen.
I will say this is very, like, because I make a lot of Skyrim builds, obviously, and you guys have really enjoyed them, and you like, start a new game for that Skyrim build or Fallout build or whatever. And what the thing is, though, is like, when even with Skyrim, like, it's much less punishing. Like, you can play the game, and I've got friends who have played the game casually, and you just go through and you pick up a sword and you level that up a bit, and then you pick up a bow and you level that up a bit, and then you try out magic, and maybe you try out magic and sword, or dual wield swords, or sword and shield, and you maybe get some perks in different skill trees, and it feels like you can pick up anything and just jump into it and play. But as you level up your character, the enemies get harder to kill. So if you're playing a harder difficulty, it actually has like weird diminishing returns. So you're actually better, if you play the game a lot, you obviously know this, to min-max your character. Like, to have like, this build is a stealth archer, he only has stealth and bow and maybe one-handed for the optimal sneak attack damage. And that's like your combat build for the character. Then maybe you specialize, you level up to a certain level and you know where your perks are going into those damage skills to getting max damage as quick as possible and max stealth attack damage. And then maybe you branch off into a bit of smithing so you can make better bows and other things and some of those like side skills. It could even be better if those craft skills are separate from the combat skill line so that it doesn't make the enemies harder. So say, for example, if I start the game, I level up my alchemy to level 100, enemies are going to be, I'll level up my character level as well. So enemies will then be harder than to kill, even though I've not leveled up my combat skills, making the game even more hard, So I think it would actually be better if they separated craft skills from combat skills. So you had your combat level, like in RuneScape, and your crafting level. And it didn't affect the enemies around you based on your crafting skills, That's how I would do it if I was building this game. Because I've played it so much, I can see the problems with it. But I also see how a lot of my friends who play it, just for the first time, like, play Skyrim. And they play it, and then they're like, oh yeah, they can just play the game and just pick up stuff. They don't really notice the negative impact it's having because they've not played through it many times. But for it's fine, it's approachable, and I think that's what Todd has done really well with Skyrim, better than Oblivion and better than Morrowind, to the point with Daggerfall where you really had to plan out your character like in D&D or something, I think that's really interesting. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think the community is very split down the middle with it.
So some people, when we get this comment in Elder Scrolls, like, oh, you simplified it. Like, no. We moved those choices into the gameplay.
It's true.
So that you don't, make this character in the beginning and then 8 hours later realize you make a horrible mistake. And so, okay, I'm going to start out like that. To me, is a really, really bad experience.
Yeah, that's true. Because, I've played so many games where I've just been like, oh, how should I build my character here? I like to theory craft things. Like, I like Warhammer and, you theory craft your army before you go out and buy it, which is really expensive, and then paint it and then play it and realize, oh, I don't really like how this army plays, actually. Kind of sucks, right? Like, you've just spent loads of money on it and loads of time painting it. And it's the same in video games. You don't want to have to reset things. And when you spend like hours before playing a game researching what's the best way to play, and I can see that people do because my videos do really well that talk about this. It's kind of like maybe you should just play it, and like I always encourage people when you first play Skyrim or Fallout, just play the game. Don't watch any of my videos, just play it and experience it. Then come back later and see what you could have done or change some things up or get some advice. But just play the game to start out with. I think that's the best way of doing it. Don't spend too much time on trying to figure out the optimal way of playing. Same with D&D, you really get rewarded by figuring that out for yourself and just trying to have fun with it. And you will make mistakes, but there's nothing worse than when the game cuts you off from certain things because you didn't choose that like the right choice. So I think there should be like other ways to access certain things as well. Like, like there's some armor that's hidden behind a door with a very hard terminal. I'm like, oh, I can't even attempt to hack it because I haven't got the skill up to the right level in hacking. So I can't even attempt it, But what they could have done is they could have made it so that hacking, you can try and hack this terminal, but it's going to look like the puzzle that you have to solve is going to look even weirder. Like it has a lot of options, but then as you level up your skill, maybe those options could become clearer. So you have a more of a chance in your 4 attempts of solving it, you know? They did that with lockpicking, where the window of opportunity becomes bigger the higher your skill is. So you can... So in Skyrim, you can lockpick a hard lock, even if you have level 1 lockpicking. And I love that. It means I can get into a very hard lock that I otherwise couldn't have accessed. But in Fallout, I think they changed it so that you had to have a high lockpicking skill to unlock a very hard lock. And therefore, you couldn't even access whatever was behind that door because it was just gated from you because you didn't have the skill it required. Why can't I just have a go? And it's going to be a lot harder for me. But if I have 100 lockpicks, then I could probably get that door open because I want to. And I can get the unique weapon on this playthrough, you know? But I hate it so much when you say, you can't do that because you don't have the right skill. I kind of went off on a tangent rant there, but that's my opinion on it.
Also like life itself, but yes, go ahead.
But like life is okay, so you can then
Fix it in game.
right. I wish I had learned archery. Well, I'm going to start tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you can do that. Like the Skyrim character system, it was really designed around that. All you pick is like, what's your race, and that gives you something.
Works well.
But there's nothing you can't get then on your own. It sounds weird, but you mostly want that beginning character generation to be visual, which you then can also change in the game, and some starting skills that get you off to the type of play that you want. But if you discover you don't like that type of play, as you play, you can move your character along. So we have moved away post, Oblivion to a classless, meaning you don't have a strict character class, warrior, mage, thief, whatever.
I mean, in that sense, though, you do still have perk points. I guess they could have done it another way, where instead, like you level up your one-handed skill by using it, you just unlock the perks. You don't need to spend the perk points, because otherwise you kind of also, in a way, siphon your character of like, oh, I've invested heavily in restoration magic, and I don't actually really enjoy using it. I prefer alchemy, but now you've got to put skill points in there to be effective at it as well. So it's like, can I re-roll my character? Where do I go to do that? And then it's just like this other thing,
In our games.
And that's continuing for the. Are you like thinking of Elder Scrolls 6? You're already thinking about that kind of stuff. So you think of early on the like you said, the first few experiences in the game. You're already thinking through them.
Yeah. We know what the first few hours are like. We know what the character system is basically like, and
so they already know what the character system's like. That's really exciting. They already got this sussed out. Oh, I just love hearing about Elder Scrolls 6. Plum Bum Stud Muffin, thanks for the $5 donation. Appreciate your content. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate all you guys being here and watching as well. It's nice to see you guys saying that you're enjoying the reaction and my thoughts on it. I know it means that we're going into like a 4-hour video or something crazy here, but it's just cool. We love Todd Howard interviews. I think Lex is asking some interesting questions. Obviously, he is a master of a lot of topics though, compared to really understanding gaming, which is why I wanted to give my take on this interview. I would love to interview Todd Howard, don't get me wrong. Like, I've interviewed Ted Peterson and that was really enjoyable. I had a chat with Wes Johnson and some other voice actors too. Always love the opportunity to do things like that, and I feel like I can really bridge a gap between the community and game developers, because I'm out here on the front line seeing what you guys say and what you hear, and I always try my best to do justice in those interviews, because they're few and far between, and it is nice to see just a 3-hour interview with Todd though, which is like not filtered or cut out, and it's very relaxed and genuine. It's nice to watch, honestly.
Tonally, what's the difference to you between Oblivion, Skyrim, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and Elder Scrolls 6? Like, to me, man, stuff blends together.
Yeah.
But Oblivion, that's when you could make spells and stuff.
Yeah.
You could do it in Morrowind as well. Oblivion has some more guardrails on it. Morrowind's where you can really go, and Daggerfall, and
Because you
I
could
don't know
break
if
the
you make
game,
spells in
though.
Arena. I think you can. Someone will correct me. You definitely can in Daggerfall. It gets crazy. Morrowind, you can some, and then we start putting guardrails on it because people started breaking the game in certain ways.
Yeah. Why is it bad to break the game? Like you always want it to be.
Well, there's like one people love in Morrowind where you could make these recall stones, and you could teleport to different areas, which you really need in that game. It breaks so many quests.
Yeah.
And so as we any quest, we would do this exercise of designing a quest, and then someone would say, and then I recall away. Like, oh, okay, the quest is broken. And then one day someone says, can we just get rid of that spell effect? Everyone's like,
Yeah, definitely.
yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. When I first played Kingdom Come Deliverance, which was before it released, and I recorded the game, and they later patched it out. But at the very start, you're playing Henry. You have to go and get some nails for your father, who's a blacksmith, from someone called Kunesh. And you have to, like, you can essentially, like, there's multiple different ways you can solve this quest. That you can go in, just steal the nails and going, back to your dad. You can make some money to buy the nails back off him, or you can beat him up. However, I chose another way where I actually killed him. And you weren't meant to be able to do that early on in the game. But you can knock him out, and then I just beat him to death. And you can see this in the part 1 Let's Play. It's absolutely hilarious because I was laughing my head off because I was like, this is insane. Like, my dad sent me to his, this guy he like does business with to go and get some nails. Literally assassinated him, brought him his nails back. And like, yeah, the guy's just dead in his house. I mean, it's crazy. And I just, breaking the game can be fun. And I think losing access to those crazy spell creations that we had back in Oblivion and Morrowind, that is sad because you can break the game and find your way around things. But I think that's also what open world RPGs, one of the best things about them is, some of the bugs and walls you can jump over in Skyrim, piling objects on top of each other. It's like one of the best things about it, that it just makes it memorable. And then when they patch things like that, it almost makes me sad. Not because if I wanted to play the game properly, I could, but I could also come up with this weird method of like getting into a location I'm not meant to be in yet. And I've done that with videos for the Elder Scrolls of how to get like the ancient shrouded armor early, of just like climbing up the mountain and going there straight away sort of thing. So there's loads of stuff like that, which I actually really enjoy that you can kind of exploit in a way.
That's what allowed us to make better content.
So, a tangent upon a tangent upon a tangent. How do you create a compelling quest?
How do you create a compelling quest, he said. But I just wanted to touch on that. Like, better content, okay, maybe for them, because it doesn't break and cause issues that then people are like, oh, I can't complete this quest anymore. And then it's a problem for, like, the help team. It's just impossible now. So I understand why they removed it, but I kind of like it when they give you ridiculous freedom to the point where you can just... if you want to in Skyrim, you can make weapons that do 1 million damage. You'll get bored after like a few hours of killing everything in one hit, but you can do it. And I just love things like that.
There's all kinds of personalities of humans that play these games, right? Because I like the grind.
Well, there's multiple flavors of a compelling quest.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them have very good upfront storytelling. You just like the story and the NPC that's giving you this task, and you'll go through a more handcrafted experience that the designers have done a really, really good job on the space. It has some twist or surprise in the middle. And
I spoke to Emil about creating some of the quests he did for Skyrim, and I always said to him, like, the best quests that I really enjoyed were the ones where they were intentionally, at the end, it was kind of left open-ended. You can make 2 different decisions, or even 3 sometimes, but it was left open-ended as to the player's discretion of did they make the right decision? Like, you didn't have all of the cards. Like, if you look at a classic, which I made a video on, the Sadia quest, the Red Guard woman, where she's escaped from Hammerfell and she's hiding in Whiterun. There's 2 Red Guards looking for her, and you have 2 sides of the story of why she's run away. You never have the whole story of what the reason for it was. You can do further research, which I did, as to what was going on. But I just found it so interesting that you didn't have all the information and you had to basically decide if she lives or dies. if these people find her, they kill her, and they take her back to Hammerfell, she's probably going to die because she has to serve a sentence or whatever. Or you could make sure she goes free. You don't know if she's innocent or not. And I love that you didn't know, and that you had to try to figure it out. And the ending is not clear whether you made the right decision as the good guy or the bad guy or what. And I really enjoy quests like that, where it's not a cookie cutter clear answer. And I discussed it with him and actually found out that it wasn't as deep as I thought it was. And I regretted actually him giving me the answer he did. But it's interesting because it became like, and you see this with Camelworks and how he's done some of his videos. I've spoken to some designers about some of the outcomes to those quests that they've made and the notes they took on it. And I know it's a lot simpler than how deep me and Camel sometimes go into the story of certain quests. But the fact that you can dive that deeply into it is kind of a testament to good quest design, that you can do that. And I think that's awesome.
Then the ending has some, multiple options that the player feels like they got to do something. They made an interesting choice.
Yeah.
But the best ones for me are actually where all of that was far more open-ended. How I am going to accomplish this task is completely up to me, and I'm going to find some ingenious solution. This sounds very basic. It's going to sound quite cliche and silly. It's like, go find me 5 Daedric hearts or whatever. Like, find me X of something that's hard to get. It's a very simple set. You can give a simple story setup for that. And we're not telling the player where to get those. And they think, now, where could I get those?
I did a video on that quest showing people how to find the Daedric hearts because clearly loads of people just couldn't figure it out and it was like maybe too much. Yeah, I know Camel. Me and Camel hang out quite a bit. He came to my wedding. Like, he's honestly the most lovely, down-to-earth, genuine, laid-back guy you'll probably ever meet. He's absolutely amazing. I've also met Mickey as well. He's a really nice guy. He's from Ireland. And also Kyle from the Sky Oblivion team. I met quite a few Bethesda guys and I always enjoy meeting them. They're all lovely, all really friendly, all super into the games in a passionate way. And I always like to see it when Bethesda works with them directly too, because I think they're missing a trick not to in that sense. But yeah, with this Daedric heart quest, I just wanted to mention, I thought he was going to say something a bit more compelling, that he likes the quests where, sometimes you'll have a quest in a video game, like in Hitman, where it's like, you have to kill this guy. You can do it anyway, and there's like a million ways of doing it. Some are kind of like scripted, like, oh yeah, you can like get him to fall into this turbine by turning it on and getting him to stand here, and he's here on his routine, you can get the chandelier to fall on him. But if you look at the Hitman 3 speedruns, my god, that really shows you what a player can do when you give them a sandbox environment and just like, you tick the box and basically miss the entire level and don't do anything. Like, there's one where he does some weird stuff and like basically shoots where a guy is going to be standing through a window a million miles away from the building because he's like preset it up, sort of thing. And it's just absolutely beautiful to see. But you basically can remove all the hours of gameplay that the developers have put into that mission, which is, bad, but it's amazing that it can be done like that. And I've heard developers say the same thing. Sometimes it can hurt to see someone just skip an entire quest line because they've come up with a cool solution. But I also love to see it.
And I've actually find those to be just as rewarding as the really handcrafted, well done, a little bit more linear with an interesting choice at the end.
I think it depends on the journey.
Objects are in the world in some, believable way, that there's usually some challenge at getting them.
How do you place objects in a world in an interesting way? Because it's a big part.
We have a level design. You cannot, if they only knew how much we spend on, we have a clutter group, a group of people who clutter.
What's clutter?
Clutter is all the stuff around. Just like interior decorators.
Yeah.
For treasure and stuff and trash. And they go through every space and they clutter it. Our level designers think about it a lot. These also become landmarks for the player when you're walking through a space and, this is the place with this. And there is a logic to making a good level as they say, with even if you walk by like a little T intersection, that becomes like a decision point in the player's head. Like, oh, I didn't go.
This is so true. Like, especially like when it comes to like us doing videos on these locations, like I will read into the fact that there's like some half-eaten bread, a plate, and a fork next to like where this guy's died or something, and like was he assassinated or not, sort of thing, you know. And there's a lot of visual storytelling in Bethesda's games, which I think I did a video on this one mine. I can't remember what mine it was called. It's near Riften, and it's like a story where you go inside, everyone's dead, and like you can find the story by just like looking at like what's happened there and figure out, you know, connect the dots between why are the people dead here, you know. It doesn't make sense, but then you look and you search and you realize why. But I love things like that. It's so clever.
Go down that way. But the more you do that, it looks easy on paper, but when you're playing a game, you actually kind of want to limit those, because he's trying to keep track of all these decision points, then they get lost. And yes, we have maps, but anytime the player's going to check a map in a place like that, I feel that it's more of like a backstop for certain players. If they need to check the map, I feel like we've kind of failed.
Got it. So it's just there's a momentum to it. Just pulls them in. It
And you
doesn't
know,
feel like
look, you
they're
played a
required.
lot of games, you played a lot of levels where you're just like, I'm a little confused, or I don't know. And you play other levels where like, man, it was great. I went through it. It was well balanced. I knew where I was going. And it's not, you don't want to ever be mazy. As long as you know where you're going, as long as you know you made those choices, then it feels fine. But as far as the treasure and all of the loot, it is really an art. We will not do enough clutter, and then we will over clutter, and then there's too much stuff everywhere, and then we declutter every single game. I wish we got better at it. It would save us a lot of time.
But you're constantly going by feel, like this is too much, this is not enough.
Right. Because the other thing is, look, it creates, people want to pick everything up. They want to click everything. So if you have too many things of importance in a room, it's like, it actually makes you feel a little tight as a player.
I remember like when people were playing like Skyrim for the first time or any RPG, like usually Bethesda related, they'll just pick up everything. They're like, damn. You know, like, because they've played other games and they don't have like such an interactable environment, and then they'll come there and they'll be like, oh, I'll just pick up this fork, this knife, it's worth 1 gold, man, I got to pick this up. And they don't look at like the value to weight ratio, and they just carry everything until they're like over encumbered. And then if you just search on Google like, I can't move in Skyrim, why am I walking really slowly? And then you realize like, oh, this guy just didn't get it, you know. It wasn't clear that he's over encumbered.
Like, well, I'm basically an idiot if I don't pick all this stuff up.
Yeah.
You probably felt this way.
Yeah, for sure.
And like the moment where you decide that you're just like, I've clicked so many things in this room, I actually am going to leave that ammo canister there.
Yeah.
But you feel like a dope.
Yeah.
You've probably experienced this.
Yes.
Okay,
But also you have a joy from if there's not many items and you found the one and you got it.
Right.
And you feel good. I got it.
And then it's finding like, oh, I stuck my head in this corner and, you know, I picked this lock and I opened this locker and, oh, there was this thing I've been waiting for.
Yeah. What about like rare items?
That's an art, even more so of an art.
For rare items, about to go into that, but just wanted to quickly mention regarding someone commented there something about like the puzzles for kids. I think if you look at like the dragon doors, they're intended to be closed from the outside to trap the dragon priest within the tomb. The puzzles, I made a video on this as well, like a lore video talking about it, but the puzzles they're not intended to be hard to solve. They're just simple puzzles to solve, and you need the dragon claw to activate it, and then you just put the pictures in the right place and you open the door. But it's not intended to be a hard puzzle. Obviously you have the pillar puzzles, which I guess could be considered harder, but the fact that Bethesda's design philosophy is like, we don't want to really let the player get frustrated or even die, you can kind of see why it's that simple. I mean, I think there are some quests, like the Creation Club had the winter summer dungeon or something. There were some good difficult puzzles in there that were a bit more exciting. And every now and again you get one, you're like, oh wow, that was pretty fun. I enjoyed that. I feel like I've accomplished something for solving it. But yeah, otherwise, like normally, like yeah, it's pretty simple. I've still had to make videos about some though. So clearly there's a lot of players that will get stuck on stuff like that, then they'll just stop playing the game or just like can't progress. And then like someone will search my video specifically, I can see like they're searching it for the fact that they're stuck on that puzzle in that dungeon. So even though you're pretty smart and yeah, the puzzles are for kids, some people get stuck on them. So it kind of makes sense where you've got to find a middle ground with a big game like this.
I will say we have a ways to go there in terms of finding the right drop rate for special items, we call them, your epic, rare, legendary. You look at games, like so many games do it, and there are ones that you just play and love because they have it down. Destiny 2 is great at it. Diablo, a series I love, sort of famously, Diablo 3, which I think is great. And they did an update. It mostly just changed the loot drops. And it's like this whole new experience. And there's a really real art to it. I think that we're still learning. We're still learning a lot and have to, we're trying to, get better at it because it's one of those things where it drives you through the game. It's fun to get the treasure. And
Diablo and Skyrim have this interesting quality of being extremely popular. And there's a lore around like rare items. So it changes the dynamic of like you could afford to have really rare items.
Yes.
And then somebody finds it and that becomes like a thing. I mean, as you release a game, there's a lot of people play it and they start sharing stories and so on. It's so interesting because that's part of the game experience is the stories of others, right?
For us, 100%. Because we've been classically, with most of our stuff, single player, that water cooler shared experience, we would have a thing like we call them did you know moments. Like we got to have a bunch. So you meet someone, they do, what are you doing? And then they say, did you know? If you go here and do this, what did you know? And that to us
it's my whole
is
channel,
where
right?
of a lot of our community has been sharing their stories, and here's what you can do.
Has there ever been a temptation to create not a single player game that's gigantic? That's
we did Fallout
world?
76. We have Elder Scrolls Online, not a game I created, but and look, that started as a more classic MMO. Know the folks, they're part of our company who made that game, and it's insanely popular.
It is. Okay, so I should try it out.
They do some great storytelling quests. Like the actual mechanics aren't the same as Skyrim, but the world is awesome. They've just done an incredible job. It's about to be 10 years for that game as well. And this is, great community around that.
Yeah, it's I haven't played because there's a mobile Fallout game, right? I need to play that. I was thinking of playing Diablo Mobile too.
I mean, you can debate the monetization, but I would not. I think they did it's really fun.
On Fallout? What?
Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard Todd Howard talk about monetization. So he doesn't like the monetization in the Diablo mobile game. I know Asmongold did some videos about that, talking to the guy who spent like $20,000 or something crazy on like really like maxing out the character. But it's interesting because obviously one of the reasons when I reviewed Elder Scrolls Blades I didn't like it was because you had like the whole box timer thing where like you would go to a dungeon, you do the dungeon, and then like you had to wait like I don't know, like 5 hours to open the loot box that you got from the dungeon, and like collecting these gems and stuff so you could build a house that takes you like another 6 hours. Those time gates, in my opinion, which you can pay to make shorter or open immediately, that's also a bad kind of monetization. I prefer the monetization like in League of Legends or Valorant, when like you have made a cool skin for a weapon, you don't need to buy it. The game's free to play though. And you make a cool skin, and you're like, I want that weapon, I'm going to buy it. And then you buy it, and then you're happy because you got what you asked for. Instead of like paying to open a loot box faster, and you don't know what's actually in there, but you know it's probably going to be useful for maybe the next few hours of gameplay at most. I don't know. I think the monetization on both games sucks. I've not played the Diablo one though. I played a tiny bit of Elder Scrolls Blades. But just, yeah, didn't get into it. It's a pity though, because it's fun. It could have been really good, but yeah, I just don't have time to wait for loot boxes and progress tomorrow or something. I want to play it now. It's a fun game. Don't make me wait.
Diablo.
Oh, Diablo?
Yeah, well, Fallout, I definitely recommend that one. Fallout Shelter, completely different game.
Yeah.
Diablo Immortal is, I was very, very impressed with that. I had a lot of fun.
On the mobile.
Yep.
What's the challenge of designing a game for mobile versus the PC and console?
Well, obviously the screen size, right?
Is that what you feel first? What's the fundamental change in the philosophy of design? Does it change the tone of the game?
Well, we've done a few things, and we have a new mobile game that we're working on that we haven't announced yet.
There it is, the new mobile game he's working on that he hasn't announced yet. I'm literally, because now he said that they're working on it. Now I'm certain it's for Starfield. Previously, I think like years ago, we found I think they were like copyright sort of announcement documents or something about the fact that they were working on a mobile game, but it was like listed under ZeniMax or Bethesda or something like this. And it wasn't clear whether that mobile game was anything to do with Starfield. But I said at the time that I wouldn't be surprised if when Starfield releases, they also talk about this mobile game. And I think in another interview, Todd Howard also mentioned how they enjoyed, I think they did it with Fallout 4, right? Like they liked it when you could interact with Fallout 4 using like the Pip-Boy device, the mobile app. So whatever this mobile game is that Bethesda are working on, you know, it could be, Elder Scrolls related, Fallout related, or, I mean, they already have Fallout Shelter and that's wildly popular. They have the Elder Scrolls Blades, which is also, I guess, somewhat popular. I don't think it's going to be 76 on mobile, no. I think it's going to be something for Starfield, because that's like their free big IPs that they really want to take forward, right? So I really wouldn't be surprised. In fact, he's excited about it. And I really hope whatever it is, there's some kind of crossplay between, you know, say for example, you're playing Starfield, right? And you're like, oh, cool, I'm doing this and that. And then like you go out and you're on the train, you're like traveling to work, and you can play something in the game that almost forwards your experience on when you get back to your computer or console and you come back on play, that you've done something on your mobile that you get back in a way. Like even you can manage your base from your phone on your mobile. It's like things like that. I love that. So let me just go back a bit here and see what he says.
A lot of fun.
On the mobile.
Yep.
What's the challenge of designing a game for mobile versus the PC and console?
Well, obviously the screen size, right?
Is that what you feel first? What's the fundamental change in the philosophy?
You're all crazy to support Bethesda. You buy Creation Club content that make your game basically worse. That's just dumb. I don't think so. I think Creation Club content, whenever Bethesda updates Skyrim, obviously breaks all the mods, whether or not you download the Creation Club content or not. I think some of the content to come out of Creation Club is genuinely good, and the fact that some mod authors are now working there and got paid finally for their work is also good. I think that they should probably be paid more for their work and how much they sold of it, though. But again, it's not their IP. It's good to see Bethesda finally supporting creation of mods financially and what people are doing, and now employing them and them working there. I think that's cool, and that's something I've always been an advocate of. I mean, in terms of like how much of a fanboy I am, Bethesda don't talk to me anymore after Fallout 76. They've not sent me any more games or anything. They literally like have pretty much no contact with me. So I've always sort of shared my opinion on what I think of the games. I've talked about some of their mods being buggy. I think they've improved that system since then, though. And Todd Howard has since apologized for certain things as well that he said that the community just haven't hit well with. And it's good to see them notice that stuff that has upset us. But I think generally it's been improved for the better compared to the paid mods that were released on Steam previously and all the other stuff. I think they've gone in the right direction. They've actually listened to feedback as well. So I'm pretty positive about most of it now. Assassin's Creed Anniversary Edition was good. Yeah, it included the Creation Club stuff. A lot of it was decent. And since then, I mean, I played a remastered mod of the Creation Club Saints and Seducers DLC recently on the channel, and I really enjoyed that. I think it's stuff could always be better, and we're massive fans of the game, so we always want it to be. But I think it's going in the right direction, and I would always rather have that than nothing at all. You know, like what we saw with like Oblivion, like the DLC comes out and that's it. There's no support for the game. But now we have like the last piece of content released for Skyrim was Anniversary Edition, and there's still stuff coming out and being talked about, you know? Like The Witcher is getting a Enhanced Edition update soon, which adds new armor, quests, and other stuff, which I'm going to be getting early access to and sharing with you guys. So I'm excited for that as well. But these are games that are really old, but they're good games. So I'm glad that the developer still cares and is making content for them. I think that's good.
See the design. Does it constrain? Does it change the tone of the game?
Well, we've done a few things, and we have a new mobile game that we're working on that we haven't announced yet that I'm in love with. There are a couple things that you approach on mobile. Now, I can give you sort of the classic mobile gaming thing and then what we do. You know, a classic mobile gaming is really for short play sessions. Because for the amount of people you're going to get, the number that have the amount of time to sit there for a long time and play it, like a console game or a PC game, is lower because people are playing mobile games on the move or whatever. And how it onboards you, because obviously most of them are free. So the tutorial, how the tutorial works, how it gets you into the game, because you haven't bought it, you haven't done this investment of buying it and then saying, no, I'm going to learn it. People don't care. So really understanding how they get into the game. Those two things are really the magic to.
I will say that is a missed opportunity. When you have a mobile game that's for a massive IP like Elder Scrolls or Fallout, I get what he's saying. And it's like, I mean, Fallout Shelter is like the most downloaded app on the store at some point, right? For Elder Scrolls, I'm talking more in this regard. But I feel like you have a massive IP, a huge audience that wants to play that and would spend hours on it. And by word of mouth and it being popular, other people would then enjoy it. You also have racing games, and there's like lots of mobile games, like even Call of Duty, Warzone, PUBG, I think has one, Fortnite, you can play that on mobile, I think. But those games are like hugely popular. People spend more than half an hour in a match or so. So there does exist, and they are successful. But yeah, so if you want to market to a bigger audience than the current fan base, I guess that makes sense. But it's just, I don't think it's necessarily how it should have been. Like, you know, people would have played Skyrim mobile, right? Like, you know, obviously it wouldn't be as graphically beautiful or have as much going on, but like people would have been there for that to spend hours. Skyrim cart, yeah.
Mobile gaming, we have found though with our games, you know, particularly Fallout Shelter, people will sit there for an hour or two. Like they will just sit there and play it. Like large numbers of people will play it for hours a day. And
you can progress it in the time you're playing.
There's
There's things to do.
Addicting element to the mobile, because I guess you can spend more time with it.
If you look at kids these days, they can stare at their phone for hours. That's all they do. That's where they watch everything. So it's also like a demographic thing. The younger audience, they would rather sit and stare at their phone than play it on a big screen.
I would just love to sort of list out throughout human history the evolution of sentences that began with, if you look at kids these days.
It's true. It's true.
The kids of the kids these days will probably be doing like virtual reality.
Like I love mobile games though. I play a ton of them. I am like my favorite game this year is Marvel Snap, this card game from the folks who did Hearthstone. You should really play it. Do you like card games?
Yeah.
Do you like superheroes?
I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic the Gathering, but the Marvel just doesn't interest me. And like Marvel Snap just sounds like it sucks, but I mean it's from the creators of Hearthstone, so it must be really good, right? Also, Elder Scrolls Legends card game, insanely good, but they're no longer producing for it. It's still there, you can buy it, it's a great game, but man, I love coming out with the crazy theory craft decks. Like I made this deck where you could basically you sat there and you kept on drawing with all the draw cards, and you got to the point where you had like I can't remember the name of this card now, but you could pretty much like put it down, do damage, pick it back up, put it down, do damage, and so on, and you could just destroy the enemy in one turn, like no matter what, and you'd win like 80% of games. I think it's still in the meta right now because it's not been updated, but it was a great way to play.
No,
It's genius. You don't like superheroes?
no, I don't like superheroes. I never understood. Listen, this is
Who doesn't like superheroes?
growing
I'm
up
not
in
a
the
fan
Soviet
either,
Union.
Todd.
What I don't understand this is all right. Well, I don't understand. You're wearing a costume. It's silly to me. I can't. So you have to suspend. Like you have to be able to immerse yourself, and for some reason, there's something about costumes.
Costume?
Yeah, it doesn't get me. But then again, I'm like into elves and dragons, so I don't understand. And I'm
I
fine.
think I get it.
Yeah.
Makes
But
sense.
the rest, at least the Western world disagrees with me. So, even Batman, you have like little ears, but all right, that's fine.
I do love the Batman films though. They're dark and gritty.
Well, back to Elder Scrolls Starfield. So, one thing I didn't ask you about when you look at the timeline of 5, 6, 7, 8 years, whatever it is, to create a game, what's the role of the deadline internally, not publicly announced?
Keeps you honest.
Do you try to keep in your own brain a deadline, for the team a deadline?
Yeah, all the time.
And when you set that deadline early in the development, do you try to set deadline like that's really tough to reach?
No, we try to make it like, hey, this is our best guess. If you make it tough to reach, it's sort of, you're going to miss it. It's arbitrary.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
really try to, keep ourselves honest because it will let you know where you're at, right? When I have first playable, we want to be done with prototyping or design by this date. We want to have first playable this date. We want to have this. But look, things happen. Pandemic happens. People go home. It's throws everything off. Or, what you needed to do, because we're not just like making a game and then moving everybody on, what you needed to do. Like Skyrim was so popular, we kept people on that game for longer. So it delayed a little bit. We were doing with Fallout 4 at the time because hey.
I'm glad to see internally on the studio that the Elder Scrolls is more popular than Fallout. I don't know what it is. I just love the fantasy universe more than the post-apocalyptic. People are split though. I meet other people and they seem to be completely the opposite. But me, no. Dragons, fantasy, Lord of the Rings.
We really shouldn't move the people on Fallout yet because we're doing these things in Skyrim, and we should. So it just sort of keeps you honest for where you're at.
Does it get super stressful as you get closer? You try to avoid announcing anything? Is there a temptation to announce?
Well, I've done it all ways, right? I've announced, Starfield. We're pretty, loud with a release date that we then had to delay. So,
was that tough?
It was, but it was the right thing to do.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
How do you know it's the right thing to, like, when you sat down and looked at it, like, this is not ready?
It's not an exact science, but you can look at what needs to be done and the amount of time you have. And,
I think as well, when you look at what other games came out and how they were perceived, Bethesda with Fallout 76, Cyberpunk could have taken some more time in the oven, to fix those bugs and where it's at, and also like where the company's at and how it needs to release. It's a new IP, next to Fallout and Elder Scrolls. It's a big deal. You can't mess that up, I guess.
We've done it in the past where we can get it done. We believe we can. And so you're fighting that personal belief that you can get something done. But there's a lot of things that go into release date with marketing and publishing. And, we've reached a point where on Starfield where it was pretty clear to us, even though you want to say you can get it done, that the risk involved with that to the fans, to the game, to the team, to the company, we're part of Xbox now, to everybody, was we should really move it and give it the time it needs.
It's nice to hear him say that because, and I was actually, when they announced it was getting delayed, I was like, oh, okay, I wasn't that surprised. Every other game was getting delayed at the time. It made sense in the current climate. Everyone's been somehow working through COVID as well, so with a pandemic. And it's just nice to see, it affects the fans as well. Not, I don't want to not like Bethesda for Fallout 76 and stuff. And man, I got some negative stuff for trying to do positive guides on the game as well, I think most of the videos I made were much more positive because I'm more of a positive person. But it was just nice to see the acknowledgement there as well. That obviously a lot is depending on it, so let's get it right.
So you mentioned part of Xbox. Microsoft bought Bethesda and ZeniMax for $7.5 billion.
Mad.
Well, what's it like joining the Xbox team? You've I think written about it. What are the exciting aspects of that?
You know, when your company goes through a change like that, no matter what it is, even if it's somebody that you've worked with for a long time, you never know what you're in for. You hope. And I had worked with them since we started doing console stuff with Morrowind. They came to me and, hey, you should make this game for the Xbox. And so when they were making that console, had a great experience with them. And then on the 360 with Oblivion. And so I guess the point is, we felt that we had a very good relationship with everybody there, and we understood what their culture was, but you never really know. And I mean this honestly, it's been awesome that the culture inside of Microsoft and Xbox that people see from the outside is the culture inside. The way they talk about players, the way they'll invest in the players, the risks they'll take, the thoughtfulness from Phil Spencer on down has been, I feel really, really lucky. And then a game like Starfield, where, look, we've had a lot of success with the games that you talked about, but we've never been kind of the platform seller, the game for a platform.
I mean, to be honest, like I remember when I got my first console, Xbox 360, I got Gears of War and Oblivion, and my God, like that was my first experience of like the Elder Scrolls. Jesus, that was amazing. And that to me, I guess, was a console seller, or would have been. And then when I, later on, it was like I think right now I've known people who have brought gaming PCs just to mod Skyrim on PC so they can like explore that world, because it's just like playing the game again, but like with a million new pieces of content that you've never experienced before. So, but I see what he's saying, and I think let's continue watching.
Platform for a period of time. And so, there is a lot of pressure there. There's a lot of responsibility there to make sure we deliver for everybody.
Is there a chance that Starfield is exclusive to Xbox?
It is exclusive.
It's officially
Xbox,
already.
PC. Yep. Yes.
So you're, I get it. So extra pressure.
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess, like, will it be the console seller? Now it's exclusive to Xbox and PC. I'm glad that it's still on PC, because my God, that would not be good otherwise. But the Xbox ecosystem is very hard for Sony to compete with right now, I think.
Also creating a new world.
Yeah, it's new, but keep in mind, for us, that exclusivity is not unique, even though we've done PlayStation stuff. And I think the PlayStation 5 is just an insane machine. They've done a great job, and we've had great success on PlayStation. We were traditionally a PC developers in the beginning. We transitioned to Xbox, became our lead platform. Like Morrowind's basically exclusive to Xbox. Oblivion was exclusive to Xbox for a long period of time. Skyrim DLC was exclusive. So we've done a lot of, like, our initial stuff is all Xbox. So we get into development and saying we're focused on Xbox, and it's not abnormal for us in any way. It's been kind of the norm. And from a development side, I like the ability to focus. So our ability to focus and say, and have help from them, the top engineers at Xbox, to say, we are going to make this look incredible on the new systems, is like, from my standpoint, it's just awesome.
Yeah, that's
What's
cool.
the difference in creating the console versus the PC? I also have to admit, I've never. Is this shameful? Actually, you should recommend to me. I've never played Skyrim or any of the games you've created on Xbox.
Really?
Yeah, and on console, I played. I mean, I played very little Xbox.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, there's the obvious interface part between mouse and keyboard, and then a controller. But when you're looking at hardware, PCs, it's tough, right? Because you're looking at, well, what are their driver versions? What kind of monitor do they have? What is the actual refresh rate of X, Y, and Z? We're used to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's It can be simplified. Like, if you go on YouTube and you search in for some videos, I literally learned to build my own PC like that. And now I've done it a few times and not had any issues. Touch wood. But you can buy pre-built PCs as well. Obviously, they are more expensive because people build them for you. But you can sort of have a better understanding of what you need from the system specs by talking to people who are selling those PCs. We've got our own PC builds that we have for our different Skyrim and Fallout mod lists, so you know that you can run it. And I think that kind of provides a bit of a gateway into PC gaming for people. Link below if you are interested. There's already people who have brought them, and I actually brought my wife's PC from them before I started working with them, just because I think it's like an important thing that you should be sure about before working with a company like that they can fulfill that role of building a PC and doing a good job, being reliable, and so on. And that's what they do, and they're very good at it. So yeah, check them out. Link below if you're interested.
But if anyone will tell you, give me the hardware that I know I'm writing it for. You know this, and the Series X is just a incredible machine. And now that
you know what it is,
what it is, and now that we're part of Xbox, getting the people who built it to show you how to make it really, really dance it's just awesome.
Is there a case to be made? Do you get people that do both PC and Xbox that enjoy Xbox more? Like that, if they have a choice, that they enjoy it.
I think that depends on. And look, now that you can kind of you can take your save and go between and all those things.
You can?
Yeah. Depends on if.
For which games? So for Skyrim?
If you have the Game Pass PC version of it versus Steam. Not via Steam right now. Not via Steam.
Got it. And so there's the Game Pass. So I'm like learning about this. So there's a Microsoft Game. So this can be on Game Pass. And then you can, if you can take it from PC through Game Pass.
But I think it depends on like for me, like, what's my physical mood? Do I want to lean back on a sofa?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
the actual physicality of it is what determines where I want to play.
Yeah.
Do I want to be 2 feet from a thing right now? And sometimes I like that. I am more of a console player just because I sit on my PC at work all day. Like, I play a lot of video games. So when I get home and I want to play something else, like, I am a sofa screen controller person.
Yeah, definitely get that vibe.
Let me ask you a ridiculous question. So you've created some of the greatest games ever. I think there's the question would be, what's the best game of all time? All right. Just give me a second. Tetris. All right. Yeah, that's interesting.
Have you read the book on Tetris?
No.
You should read it, particularly for someone who grew up in Russia.
Yeah, I'm sure there's an interesting story. The fact that there's a book about Tetris is fascinating. Is there a book about Mario? I would love to find out more. But I think I would put Skyrim.
I'll take that. Good answer.
At number 1 for me, which is tough. However you put it, because you could also make the case out of the Elder Scrolls series. Like, what do you actually value more? If you put Tetris and Super Mario up there, then like the credit goes to Morrowind maybe over Skyrim. I don't know where the biggest leaps are.
There's leaps in all of them, really.
I think it's Skyrim, but for you, if you're not allowed to pick any of the games you were involved with, what are some interesting candidates for you that are just games that inspired the world, impacted the world, shook the world in terms of what video games are able to do?
Well, first, I'm just sort of like hearing you say that you think Skyrim is the best game of all time is quite like, thank you. Mm-hmm. And it's, incredible thing to hear. And, when I think about, we have a couple answers. There's ones that are like personal to me. Ultima 7 is probably.
Yeah, can you talk about Ultima? Like you said that as an inspiration. I've never crossed that world.
Well,
what kind of game is it?
It's a role-playing game. Mm-hmm. Circa 1992, 93, 94, and Ultima Online, first, really visual online world in that way. But for me, that was a virtual fantasy world where you could bake bread, you could pick all the stuff up. I mean, anyone who's played Ultimas and plays our stuff can see the kind of touchstones and callbacks to that or inspirations. And the other thing that I loved about Ultima was particularly they were all different, right? That they iterated and they weren't necessarily what I'll call a +1 sequel outside of Ultima 7 Part 2, clearly a +1 sequel, but they each had their own tone. I love like the boxes. You know, it's something that we get into as well. I love this idea that a game also is this tangible thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
when you buy it,
You buy, the cardboard boxes and the way they were designed, and Ultima 7 is black, and Ultima 8's the fiery gate, and the paintings on them. And I just, if
does
you
that
look,
break your heart a little bit that culture is a bit gone?
a little bit. And that's also why I like, this goes to video gaming or any other digital things where digital ownership has great value to people. So I like looking at my collections of games, even digitally. I want to see nice, in the same way you want to see nice album art, I want to see nice cover art for our games. And
I feel like digital ownership has kind of been forced on us more than something that we've been excited about necessarily. I've definitely embraced it myself, but there are some things that I miss about having a physical copy of a game. But yeah, and as far as like Skyrim, Oblivion, and the front cover, and Morrowind too, like it really works with that sort of texture. Like if you just look at the cover and the texture of it in a shop, you kind of see like, oh, that looks like kind of medieval. Then you look on the back and you see like a little picture of like a sword and axe, and you're like, oh, I'm buying this. I think there was a Minotaur on the back. I can't remember.
Spend a lot of time in them so that take a look at Elder Scrolls and Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. We want those boxes to look good next to each other. Going back to the video games, I always mention Tetris because I think it's, obviously I love virtual worlds and those kind of things, but for the time and what an interactive like video game, sort of the simplest form, I sort of think you can put Tetris in front of just about anybody and they'll enjoy it. And it's got some moment of challenge, and
it's stressful.
It's just so elegant. It's like, to me, this very pure game that only works because it's a video game.
And I think mobile games figured out some of the magic of Tetris, the simple.
Some of them have, yeah.
But Tetris did it a long time ago.
Right.
You can really create that immersive experience without.
But for me, the Ultima Civilization.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
As far as a grand strategy game, Pac-Man I mentioned in terms of bringing games into the mainstream in a way that captured people that nothing before it had. Super Mario, Donkey Kong, everything. Nintendo, probably the best game makers in the world still. They know who they are. They know what they want to do. Always in awe of what they create.
I got to ask you about a game I haven't played, but people put up there as one of the greats, Zelda Breath of the Wild. Have you got any chance to play it?
People always, oh man, not that this game is bad, but people bang on about this game like it's it was the best thing since sliced bread and it's changed the world or something. But like for me, like open world games, like Bethesda definitely does some of the best open world games. There's obviously like Dragon Age and other things I really enjoy as well. But Breath of the Wild, it has a nice art style. People seem to think it's like graphically insanely amazing. I mean, the art style is nice. I like the art style. It's kind of like Borderlands sort of vibe, right? It's got this cool art style to it. But I don't rate it as highly as other people, though. Like, they really seem to absolutely brown nose it. And I don't get it. I don't know what it is about it. But, Lynx has a big storyline. I mean, the guys in Mario Kart in open world games. Yeah, the game's good, don't get me wrong. But, like, it's just... people seem to worship that as like the ultimate, and I'm just like, no, it's a good game. It's not that great though.
A lot of it, yes, it's fantastic. It's fantastic.
What do you think about? I mean, it's a very different experience. I played other Zeldas than the open worlds you've created, but it is also an open world.
It is. It's my favorite Zelda because obviously like open world stuff.
Definitely.
And the one thing that they do really, really well is they don't constrain you. Some people, even some of the things we do constrain you a little bit more. Zelda says, here's the whole thing. And you are constrained by the actual player abilities you haven't earned yet, not some arbitrary barriers. And so I think they just did a phenomenal job. It's a magical game.
So you are restrained in the sense that you haven't learned the right ability to do that thing yet. I kind of what was that game I was playing? Damn it. Some games do that very well. Oh yeah, Valheim. Valheim does that very well, where basically it will only teach you the right crafting things, and you need to get like a certain recipe from like the third boss before you can unlock the next set of armor or materials to craft a boat or something to get to like the next boss. And it's like this very natural progression system.
It really feels open.
It's because it truly is, yes.
What about, I mean, I'm just like asking you about some open world. A very different one is the world of either Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption.
Both love. I would put GTA 3, Grand Theft Auto 3 up there with the landmark kind of usher in the open world. When that comes out on the PlayStation 2, even though there was GTA 1 and 2, this was an all-new thing with the mobster storytelling.
Is that the first 3D version, I guess?
It was. Then Vice City's kind of a fast follow, which could be my favorite one. I loved all the Grand Theft Autos. I think they're really phenomenally well-made games. Same with Red Dead. I think Red Dead Redemption 1 could be my favorite story.
Yeah, like really good story.
Highly recommend finishing that game.
So you like both the story, you like the grittiness of that, because they have a bit of the, like, I guess if you like the Fallout, there's the humor, I don't know what it is. It's the lighthearted humor of it, but also the brutality of human nature is in there too. But it's like, and also some of the fun they create with the music when you drive and stuff like that. They create a world. There's a tone.
They do.
There's a very strong tone.
There is a very strong tone. The satire on the world is just so well done. The gameplay is great. I think they've just done a phenomenal job.
Is there any others that pop to mind?
Portal.
Oh,
yeah. Classic. Orange Box.
That's another such a weird creation.
I could just sit here and list games forever.
I'm enjoying this.
Hearthstone's a game I love. I love all types, like sports. College football, NCAA football was my favorite. It's like, I would say this is a great role playing game.
Would actually keep getting role.
It's a role playing game because I have all these characters. I have 60 characters, and they're all leveling up. And then I have to play them. And then the college ones are like college football. They graduate, so you lose your players. And then they stop making the series. And I know the folks at EA, and they will say, I have bugged them. When is this coming? And they're doing it, so it's finally coming back.
That's cool. I think is it out now? I can't remember. Or like it wasn't that great. I don't know. Angry Joe reviewed it or something. I didn't play it yet though. But like I remember there was like one for basketball that I really enjoyed. You can like make your own character and you can like sort of progress through like the NBA systems and stuff. And I thought that was really well done. But yeah, no, I do enjoy some of those sports games that add a roleplay perspective to make it feel like you're progressing in the game and you're playing a character who is like a footballer or something.
What would you say is the greatest sports game of all time?
Well, it's NCAA football. I have to pick the year.
NCAA versus.
I really like Shaun White's snowboarding game. That was good fun. Some of the skateboard games are insanely good as well, though I don't know if you consider them sport games.
Madden?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but there's more teams. You got the college, fight songs. There's more pageantry, and the players turn over. They're only there for 4 seasons, so you have to. It's
more face
options.
It's more
dynamic.
So you like variety versus.
So what was the last one? 2014, maybe it was.
And. You don't like FIFA and
it's angry.
Look, FIFA's incredible. I'm a college football fan. They give you that fantasy. If you like European football / soccer, FIFA is incredible. Yeah, I love that game too.
have you been paying attention to the game design of that world, of those worlds?
Yeah, and the
sports
thing
games?
people, I think, with those kind of games, it is like, or racing games. Forza put up there. I love Forza. Played them all. When you have to recreate something that's real in the real world, say it's cars or it's sports games, everybody.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I think Breath of the Wild is good. I just don't think it is like as high a sort of pedestal game as people sort of seem to place on it. Like I'm kind of like when people talk about it and they're like really hype it up and think it's like the best thing since sliced bread. I'm like, haven't you played like other roleplay games that like I feel like do a lot of the things you're saying better? That's kind of like my thing with it. I think it encompasses a lot of those things really well, but I also think like maybe a lot of those people who just play Nintendo have not played or experienced those other games. Otherwise, I think they would be hyping those up as well. That's kind of my thoughts on it.
Knows how it should work. That's a really difficult task when people know how it should work. Then you're going to balance it for single player. The multiplayer parts of it, they get very, very competitive. And, you know, in many respects, you're forced to put out a new version every year. And I say forced in quotes because they're, you know, you count them as big updates. But it's a much more difficult development process than I think people understand, and how hard those teams work. I know a lot of people who do it, and I think they just do. I've enjoyed them all. I buy Madden every year.
So yeah, every single year. Yeah, they do refresh it. There's a feeling of freshness. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, look, there have been years where it feels like less was done and more was done, but
I remember like seeing online about like the most recent one. I don't even know what number it's on now, but they'd like left the buckets with like it said like, say for example Madden 2021 came out and the bucket said like 2020 on it because they hadn't like redone those assets. It's one of those little details that I guess you can miss, but because of the state of it, a lot of people were upset because it was like the same game and they literally reused the exact same assets. I've not played a Madden game in ages, but I just thought that was a bit of a mess, the last release, I think.
I enjoy it every year.
Yeah. What does a perfectly productive day in the life of Todd Howard look like? So maybe not perfectly, but just like a perfectly average productive day. What are you, a morning person, evening person? Is it chaos? Is it pretty regular?
I'm in
Schedule?
a good flow right now. I'm still doing a lot of stuff. So there's things I'm like executive producing, and then
Indiana Jones.
Starfield I'm directing. So I sort of view that as that's an everyday thing. Fortunately, I get to do a lot of stuff, from look at the TV show we're making and this Indiana Jones game that's being developed at Machine Games.
They do talk about a TV show, the Fallout TV show soon, but it's really cool to hear that he's actually had a part in that, because I was a bit worried, like, do they know Fallout? Are they going to get this right? Is it like, so I'm glad that they're discussing things with that.
So we have to look at that. But the best really day or where I feel it's fulfilling is get to play some of the game, we'll say Starfield, get to play some of Starfield, look at the problem set of what it is doing, and then get in a room with the other developers that I work closely with, and we solve that problem together. So that's the most rewarding thing, when you can say, okay, what do we want this to do? What's the real player experience we want? What are all the pieces in front of us, where you know the actual tangible pieces, as opposed to the beginning, the pie in the sky part is always fun, but it's like anything is possible. That's fun, but it's not rewarding in the same way because you haven't solved something. Whereas these are the elements you have to play with. How do we make this all work together? And you come out of it at the end of the day like, now that feels great.
So brainstorming about specific big picture, both big picture and very specific detail of a game that's not working, something's not working, you want to fix it, that kind of stuff.
Because you feel like, okay, you've made tangible progress on the actual build of the game. Where something you played in the beginning of the day didn't feel great, you've figured out a solution with a group of people. Like, it's always with a group. And then the next day you're like, yeah, that worked out.
Who's on the team? Is it designers, engineers,
All the above.
artists, voice?
Everyone.
So
Revolves.
internal to the studio, it's, you know, a lot of programming, a lot of art. You have design, which breaks into some, you know, quest design, writing, systems design, who are like doing all the treasure and the loot and the skill systems.
Yeah.
And then level design is making the spaces like those that you'll play through. Production is a big part of it. The producers who organize everything. I can't remember if I mentioned art, a lot of artists. QA staff as well. They're hugely valuable in saying, hey, we broke your game in these magical ways. What are you going to do about it?
It's really nice to see Todd Howard say that as well, because QA testers get such a bad rep for some reason in the video game industry, and people just seem to like underpay and underappreciate them. But in reality, like, good QA testers are the reason we get games without bugs in at the end of the day. So obviously they can only do so much, but you know, their jobs are literally essential to us having a good experience.
Is the loot design team still hiring, and how do I apply? That seems like the most fun job.
Always.
I mean, all of this seems like a super fun job.
It is, you know what? It's the best. Then you have audio, and it by far is the greatest job you could possibly have. If you're into like technology, it's great. If you're into storytelling, creativity, and art, it's great. And it's really the gaming, you know, the combination of that.
Sounds
like
really
I
cool.
mentioned to you offline, I think of video games as, I mean, to me, it's brought thousands of hours of happiness. And so when you're designing the game, whatever you're doing, you have a part to play in a thing that's going to bring like millions, hundreds of millions of hours of happiness to people. It's crazy, right?
It is. And I'm gonna play you saying that back to our team, because you know, people forget. Your head's down, you're trying to solve these problems, and then you do forget how many people it touches. Like even tiny decisions you make, tiny little things you create. Yeah, it's weird. I wish there was a way to like I would notice things in a video game and it's like, huh, okay, like it feels good, but you don't get that signal. The creator doesn't get that signal. I wish they did. I guess you could get that signal by, you know, why is Lex stuck in this room, like digging through the loot? We do now get a lot of good data on what the players are doing, enjoying and not that. Well, we know where they've been and where they've died and how long they play in certain sections, and we can sort of tell.
I always love that share of information, especially with Elden Ring, where there's just like tons of bloodstains at this one point. You're like, why are people jumping off here? And it's like, oh, it's this like speedrun shortcut to this boss or something.
Outside of people just telling us on forums or calling or other things, we can tell for some data where people are dropping off or having we can tell if there's a key frustration point.
Interesting.
Do you ever think about making people feel like human feelings when they play? Like designing
the whole point of role-play games?
Feel fear or excitement, anger, longing, loneliness with Starfield.
All the above. Yeah, of course. The big one I like to say is the video games give you is pride outside of other
accomplishments.
If you watch movies or things like that, like, yeah, but you never think like, look what I did. Yes. And that feeling of like accomplishment and pride in what you did or you overcame. You talked about going back to a game that like, those are real feelings of like accomplishment that I've felt in games that I've played. And when we get to see a player feel that, it's really, really special. The other one is there is an escape or to be someone else that's more powerful in our games that you aren't in real life, that gives you a confidence or a perspective. We're doing one next week, but we've done a number of Make-A-Wish visits, kids who could wish for anything. And they want to come and I want to see the next game and meet the creators and see how you do it. And they come with their family.
Mate, that's amazing.
And it is like the greatest thing that we do. And it reminds you of like how important it is. And the other really awesome thing is that you can see like the family change by the end of the day. Like they didn't even realize what it meant to their child or what went into it. And it's just that to me is like been involved with that foundation for a number of years. It's been really good, reminder of how lucky we are.
Nothing feels better than charity
for young
work.
people. That sense of accomplishment is hard to find. I mean,
yeah, where they don't. Not everybody has it in the outlets that real life provides.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the world is cruel when you're young. Nobody takes you seriously. You don't get like. That's why everybody always wants to grow up and get old as quickly as possible.
It's the hardest. It's hard.
And then video games allow you, to build that sense of confidence, a sense of pride in something. That's why when people talk down to video games like it's a culture and so on, it's not. It misses out on that really deeply meaningful thing.
They don't get
especially with like single player. There's some darker aspects to multiplayer that people create communities, and it can go off the rails a bit. But the actual experience of the game. Especially one you stick with for a while. That's really beautiful. Do you have advice for those same young folks? Given that your life is an interesting one, given what kind of degree you got and being a legendary game designer, do you have advice for young folks in high school, maybe college, how to have a career or a life they can be proud of?
Well, you have to find something that you love so much that
doesn't feel like work.
It's never going to feel like a job. And don't do it for money. Don't do it find something you love, and the rest of it will come. It won't be a straight path.
Definitely.
And do not ever underestimate yourself. It's going to take hard work, but the worst thing that young people do is think they can't accomplish something, or they.
I think it's honestly the fault of the school system that young people think that. They just don't have confidence in themselves, because school is constantly saying, we need to get our statistics to look good. So therefore, when you come to school, you need to choose what GCSEs you're doing. Then you need to do your A-levels. You need to pick these subjects. You need to go to university and get a real job. When in reality, that's not really how the world works. Like, it's just not that simple. You don't just go to university, get a degree, and then tick a box and then go and get a job. You can, but it's not the only way to be successful at something. And it's definitely not the way to enjoy your life to its fullest. I think it's good advice to do what you love. And even if you have a job, like for example, before I did this full time, I was trained to become an architect. And I worked in a practice for a bit and everything, and really enjoyed it because I love architecture as well. I love being creative and painting and whatnot. And I've also done commissions for miniature painting and stuff like that. And I do it on the side as a hobby, but I've always pursued those hobbies as passions. And that will always result in, you can make money out of those passions, like be it video games, painting, sports, and you just need to figure out a way of doing it, but that's not always the clearest thing to figure out. But I think that's good advice, though, to do what you love. Always. Never give up on it.
Underestimate themselves. And maybe those first few times through where they do fail, if they love it enough, they're going to be resilient and push past that.
But also, it's okay to fail as well. Like, so many things in life I've failed at multiple times, where I've got to the point where I can be like, oh, yep, that's good. That's at a good point. And even then, you can still make it better. You can always make it better. But I remember I went for a period where I was afraid to fail. And I think that was the most damaging time, because I wouldn't try things that I really wanted to do, but I was afraid to fail at doing them. Therefore, I didn't engage in it. And I think don't be afraid to fail, because when you do, it's actually really good, because you learn so much more by constantly failing, because then you can correct. And then after that, you just, you're a million miles above the person that never failed or thought they looked like they knew what they were doing. And also in the same way, you shouldn't be afraid to ask for help and, try and figure out what's going on. It's okay not to know everything. Like, even now when I'm doing YouTube and whatnot, there's lots of people I ask, like, oh, how do you do this? How do you do that? How does that work? And by asking for help, doesn't make you any less of a person for doing so. You can't possibly know everything. When you assume you do know everything, that's, I think, when you're at your weakest, because people overtake you and you don't know why. And then like 10 years later, you might realize and be like, oh, I'm so far behind now because I thought I knew everything, but you don't. You never do.
One who's had success or gotten somewhere, they've had those times, right? And they've stayed resilient because they love it so much that this is what they want to do. When you do it for other reasons, I just don't think it's going to work out the same.
Did you have low points in your life, dark points, where your mind went to a dark place, whether it's struggling to get a job at Bethesda Softworks, or maybe with a Redguard flop, or where you kind of started to doubt yourself, or any of that?
Well, I think what's weird looking back, I was always so like in love with doing this that I didn't view them as like dark per se. Looking back, I was like, oh, I just wanted to, okay, let me find a way to make this work.
Even when it's hard and it's failing and all that kind of stuff, you just kind of like,
how can we improve this? How can we fix it? I think that's a good mindset.
When I started at Bethesda, I don't know, my father had moved nearby to the office. I was moving, and I slept on a sofa. Like, I didn't care. Like, I don't need a bedroom. I'll sleep on the sofa and work there. That's all I want to do. When the company almost went out of business, it was, well, I hope it doesn't. I feel somewhat responsible, but hey, that's a learning lesson. Let's go. I think I was pretty resilient to it all. Fallout 76, like, really bad launch. And okay, what did we do wrong? What can we learn? Let's go at it. Now it's a success. But those kind of ups and downs for the length of developments that we have, people don't see them, but we have them, all the time.
I think it's nice to tell us about
it's that sort of belief that, with the team having done it time and time again, to know that, we're going to.
I think what upset people most about that was when the game came out, and then it was almost like Bethesda refused to acknowledge that there were issues and problems, despite like everything you saw on the internet at the time. And that tone deaf feeling that you weren't being heard as the fans, I think that was the most damaging thing at the end of the day. Whereas like now he said like, hey, we knew it was bad, like we just thought, okay, what can we do to fix it? And then they fixed it, and now it's like good again, And I think that's it, nice to hear from someone who's clearly really passionate about the games he makes. And it makes you feel as the fans that they do care about those games, obviously. And I think that's important, to have that element of humanity to what they do, which is why I enjoy watching these interviews so much.
We're going to make it as good as we possibly can. And whatever we're experiencing now, when we solve it and we get it out and, we see the millions of people who love it, it's all worth it.
And you're getting into new spaces. First of all, new worlds with Starfield, but also I saw the TV show you're working on, on Fallout with Amazon. What's that like? Worlds
exciting.
That you created in the digital realm going on the screen.
Yeah, people asked, I can remember 10 years ago after Fallout 3 was a hit, the movie producers coming and, hey, we think this will make a great movie. And taking a lot of meetings, and I think most people would jump at that, like, sweet. And I sort of paused and like, I don't know, what is this gonna do? I felt like they're gonna like synthesize. I met great people, like well-known creatives, like it's gonna get synthesized into this 2-hour. I don't know. I'm not seeing the great thing here yet. So, I think the advent of television
kind of reminds me like with Lord of the Rings, and how much Peter Jackson had to really fight to get like the IP, and to couldn't touch the first era sort of thing, but you could do this with this sort of like over here at this time, and my god, he just hit that out of the park. Like obviously like the Rings of Power, I still enjoyed it, like I love more Lord of the Rings, and and there's elements of that I didn't like. But like, man, Peter Jackson's trilogy, original, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, oh, it's so good. I absolutely love it. I also enjoyed his Hobbit one as well. Different tone, some things have changed, but like I really enjoyed it, and that's a book I grew up with. It's the first book I actually read cover to cover, being a terrible dyslexic. So I definitely respect it when he's like, oh, actually, no, we're not ready for this. This isn't going to be good, so let's not do it yet. That's cool. I didn't know they got approached that early.
In terms of what it's become, in nowadays with big budget TV series, it kind of came up again and met with people, and Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy, who do Westworld, and I always love the work he did writing Interstellar and the dark movies. I just love.
Wait, Jonathan Nolan is involved with this?
Yeah, he's the EP, and he's
epic.
directed
Westworld's
the first.
Incredible.
Yeah,
okay, this is awesome.
And
Wow.
he's the EP. He's directed the first few episodes.
Nice.
And when I connected with him, Jonah was like, "Hey, you're the person I want to do this."
Yeah.
So I met with people, kept saying like, just let me see if he wants to do it. And I was, to my joy, he was like, "Oh yeah, Fallout 3 is one of my sign me up." It was like, "No, how do we get this done?"
It's like Henry Cavill in The Witcher, isn't it?
He was at HBO, and it was, we were trying to figure out. It was put a little pause on it, got to visit the sets, reading scripts, and things like that. It's all new to me.
That's actually so cool, because like I didn't know he knew about it, and he was like really excited. But that's really cool to hear, because I always want someone to work on these IPs who's like familiar with the material and wants to do it justice and is excited about it, and not just like with Game of Thrones season 8, like no one enjoyed that,
Me, but they're doing such an incredible job. Like, I think if you like this world, you are gonna be just blown away. Keep in mind, I've never made a TV show.
Right.
Those are all the best. No one ever does it, wanting it to not be great. But they've just done their attention to detail.
Wow.
And just obsessive with what's on the screen and the storytelling and how it looks. The whole thing.
Yeah, I think obsession is really a prerequisite for greatness. What they did, HBO did with Chernobyl, like the attention to detail is just incredible.
And he's doing The Last of Us now, that showrunner.
If you really care and you really put a lot of effort into the details, you can create something truly special.
I was stunned. I mean, I don't want to spoil it, but when people see it, I think you'll just be like, "Wow!" It's the other thing.
I've seen some of the set pictures, and it looks
different. Where when it was
much better than I ever expected it could.
Tell the story of Fallout 3, or then tell the story of Fallout 4. And for this, it was, "Hey, let's do something that exists in the world of Fallout. It's not retelling a game story. It's basically, an area of the map, and like, let's tell a story here that fits in the world that we have built, doesn't break any of the rules, can reference things in the games, but isn't a retelling of the games. It exists in the same world, but is its own unique thing." So
I think that's the best way you can do it, because so often we have like, look, we're making a Netflix series of like Death Note, for example, and it's like, you're never gonna like, there's too much like pressure. You're never gonna do it right, and if you do, like, maybe it will be close, but like, I don't know, it's such a hard thing to do right. So I think just going your own way with it and doing something that makes sense within the rule set of the Fallout universe, but it's its own thing in its own place, just makes a lot more sense. So I think that's much better.
Adds to it, while also people who haven't played the games, who can't experience like how crazy cool Fallout is.
Yeah, I hope it brings even more people to the series to wait for Fallout 5.
Are there some similarities or interesting differences between the creation of a game and a TV show that you notice from the sort of story perspective?
Well, for them, it's much more character driven. Like, you can do all these things with the world and stuff that we already have. It's the main characters, who they are, what their motivations are, that really is the engine.
Right. There's no
finding the right actors to do those. Yeah.
Because there's no interaction. There's no You don't get to enter that world. They have to do the work for you. The NPCs run the show. Yeah, I can't wait to see how it turns out. You also mentioned Indiana Jones. That's a different one. How do you work with a famous protagonist? Like when the character is known, how do you work with that?
Well, it's different. It's different. Like Indiana Jones is different where like the name it's Indiana Jones, not a world, it's him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. You can talk
yeah.
about the world of Indiana Jones, but at the end
It's
of the
like
day,
Geralt from The
it's
Witcher.
about this character. And Raiders, still my favorite movie of all time. No debate. It's the best movie ever.
Best movie ever.
Ever.
On a tangent, what do you love about it?
Well, you know, I saw it obviously when I was younger, and I believed it. I believed this happened. And when they found the Ark, I literally, I could not believe that they found it. So, and I
can't believe
found
it.
over my life, it's still really watchable every time. I enjoy it every single time. Love the character, love the story. The opening is the greatest movie opening ever. And I just love everything. I love everything about it.
What was the opening? Is this when the...
What? It's the temple, and then the ball rolls and tries to crush him.
Oh, that's the opening.
That's the opening
Okay.
of Raiders. Yeah, it steals the.
Todd Howard's actually
I
triggered
think
that he didn't know the scene.
You're deeply offended.
It's like, what's the opening of Raiders?
Deeply offended.
So I've always wanted to. It's one of those things like, what's on your bucket list? Like, oh, I want to make an Indiana Jones game, and I had pitched Lucas. I met some people there and pitched them
That's
back
cool.
in 2009. This Indiana Jones game concept.
It happened so long ago, man.
And
Up to date.
they wanted to publish. Kind of the deal fell apart. They wanted to publish it, and we were a publisher, and so we didn't do it. And I didn't really have the team to do it. I just was going to figure that out after we agreed to a deal. And well, you know, we made Skyrim, so it worked out. And then, you know, fast forward 10 years plus, and you know, Lucas, now part of Disney, and they're doing a lot more of licensing and working with people. And so I knew some folks there and said, oh, I have this idea that I pitched a long time ago. And they loved it. And again, the internal team that I had not only didn't have the time, they probably weren't as good a fit as Machine Games, who's done the Wolfenstein series, who is the perfect fit for this game with storytelling and how they record it. And it's awesome. They're just doing an incredible job.
It's exciting.
With that game. People are going to be, if you like Indiana Jones, it is a definite love letter to Indiana Jones and everything with it.
Can you say if it's more on the action adventure like side, like the actual experience of the game?
I could go back. I would just say it is a mashup. It is it isn't one thing intentionally. So it does a lot of different things that, you know, myself and Yurik and the folks at Machine Games have wanted to do in a game. So it's a unique thing.
Before I forget,
cool.
who do I?
Most we've heard
How
about
many
it, yeah.
humans do I have to kill? I mean, dragons do I have to kill to get myself somehow into Elder Scrolls 6? So mod. If anyone wants to create mods of me, and is that possible?
Yeah,
it's possible.
Of course.
While maintaining realism somehow. You don't want a person in a suit and tie. Doesn't make sense.
Put you in both. Put you in Fallout. You can wear that.
Yeah, exactly. Please put me. So Fallout, there's also a culture of.
You do a mod where you replace the mysterious stranger.
There you go.
Yeah, that's
a
a
to-do
cool
task.
idea, actually.
Top mod right there.
And you will have my deep gratitude and more, dear stranger, for doing so. What's the programming language for mods? Or is it mostly
They use our internal scripting language that's built into the tool.
Okay, I'm almost afraid to explore that world because you'll never turn back. How long you've created so many incredible games? Is there what does the future hold? Sort of going through this process? Do you still have the energy, the passion, the drive to keep creating?
I cannot imagine doing anything else. I'd like to do it as long as possible. I will say though, as I've done it, you know, soon it'll be 30 years at Bethesda.
Man, that's a long
I've
time.
learned that to appreciate the developments a little bit more, that the time it takes, I should prioritize all of us enjoying the development process more than I did in the past. It was like, just wanted the end. That's all that mattered.
Yeah.
And the more you do it, you realize, no, I'm spending the majority of my life in Tamriel and the Wasteland and Fallout. So, the moments that we're all doing this together, we need to enjoy it. Like, it's a lot of work finishing Starfield, but hey, we got to enjoy this. This is like incredible. We don't get that many shots.
Guess there's been some stressful times then.
So the actual process of creating the struggles along the way of stuff not working, like you said, at this point with Starfield, probably creating some of the glue of how stuff feels and going back again and again and again to try to make the beginning better, all that kind of stuff.
And I would say it for anybody's vocation, whatever you're doing, whatever people do, you're going to have harder times.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes people, it's, you had to, maybe recalibrate yourself to like, okay, how can we make this more enjoyable for all of us, no matter what you're doing, and rewarding?
It's a good goal to have.
So if life is a video game, which it most likely is, what do you think is the meaning of life? From having created so many games where the character has to try to figure out, I mean, there's bigger questions than just solving the quest. You're asking the big questions of why am I here? I feel like that's good practice for answering the same question for this video game we're in. What do you think is the meaning of life, Todd Howard?
That was a very...
It's going to be deep.
I can say what motivates me.
That's a good start.
Having a curiosity, the ability to not assume a lot and be curious about the world around you. It's not the same as just wanting to learn everything, but what makes other humans tick? How do they feel? How do they love? It might be cliche to say the meaning of life is to love, right?
So that curiosity is about noticing the world.
Noticing the world around you. Look, there's so much anecdote. Someone says everybody has two lives, and the second one starts when you realize there's only one. And I think I usually preach to my children and everything else, like, have a curiosity to the world around you, and
I think we grow out of curiosity, which is quite sad, but I definitely think being curious about things is always the next step of understanding them and enjoying them.
Have the most fulfilling days.
Are you able to be inside the worlds that you've created and be able to notice them? Like really enjoy them?
It takes time. So like Skyrim had its 10th anniversary. And so when I went back into it,
boom,
I think I got to see it for what it is. My younger son got really into it, a few years back on the Switch.
Legend.
That's when we noticed people age up into it. Right. So one of the reasons it's so popular is, so people come into, they're now becoming, teenagers, and, okay, I'll finally play Skyrim. And, he got obsessed with it. And he wasn't, usually I'd say, hey, check out my games. And he's like, shut up, Dad. We're playing this other stuff. And he got like obsessed with Skyrim. Like, we're having like deep Elder Scrolls lore.
Todd Howard, just imagine Todd Howard trying to sell his own son games. He's just like, go away, Dad. But man, it would be cool if you were like the creator of Skyrim and then your son's playing it and you're like, God damn. That would be awesome.
Our conversations at dinner. And, I saw it through his eyes, and that was pretty special.
That's pretty cool.
And then the mods he was downloading and the YouTubers he was following, talking about stuff. So the people who like the Elder Scrolls people don't realize how much of that I have watched with my son.
Yeah.
And
Todd Howard may have seen me? No way. Todd Howard, if you're watching this, your son hopefully he does still play Skyrim. I know I am still playing. Come for an interview. We can have a chat. That would be awesome.
And then I kind of, when the 10th anniversary came out, like, I'm going to check out a build. I have to check the build out, but I hadn't played it in so long. And it was like, it does it has this flow. We're like, oh my god, I just played for 4 hours.
So easy to jump back into it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's
All
something
comes
about
back.
enjoying video games with the people you love too, or the water cooler discussion. And
Are you
with
winning,
kids.
son?
So I would love to have kids, and hopefully soon in the future. So I guess the thing I need your advice on is, how do I time it in such a way when they're old enough, right at the age they're old enough, like I want to know when to have them so that when they're old enough, that's exactly when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out.
This is true. I mean, me and my wife have literally discussed, like, okay, well, we're gonna have kids, so like, you know, when do you have kids so that when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, it's the child's not like in the way or anything, or we can enjoy the game and still look after the child. You know, it's like that's an important thing to understand.
So can you give me a hint when I should have kids? All right, never mind.
You are a genius at how to ask that question.
The number of times. Yeah, you told the anecdote that your son asked you the same question. But of course, it's all for good fun. Take as much time as is needed. It's Skyrim
Even
is still
Todd's
an
son doesn't
incredible
know.
game. It has an impact on millions of people as do all of your games. It's thank you for everything you've done for the world.
Thank you.
And it's a huge honor that you would talk with me.
This has been an honor, and you know, it has to be said. Look, I have a huge team of people I've worked with for some of them for 20 years, and it's really all of us together.
It's nice
Keep
to
doing
say.
a great job, guys and gals. I can't wait to see what you create next. It really, really does have an impact on silly kids like me and millions of silly kids like me. So
Such a
I
good
really
community
appreciate everything.
to be a part of.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Todd Howard. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Tolkien. So comes snow after fire, and even dragons have their end. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
That we're all doing this.
My dude quotes Tolkien at me at the end. By the way, Lex, if you need some help with modding, then just shoot us a message and we can try and help you out. We have some cool mod lists, and we're just updating our one up to date yet, guys. I don't currently Bethesda updated Skyrim and it broke everything, so we've literally just finished updating it and it's almost about to go live, hopefully by the weekend, just to give you all a warning, and then it should work with everything again. But obviously, since the update, some of the other mods made by fans weren't updated, and we've had to do some animation changes and stuff, but now that's all done. But guys, thank you so much for watching this interview with me. It was honestly like an absolute pleasure to sit through. I think we've all been sitting here for like 4 hours, some people since the start, or in the morning and very late if you're in America. But I'll leave this live stream up. I'll timestamp everything if you want to come back and watch it. But thank you so much for watching through with me. There was some very interesting info on Elder Scrolls 6 and Starfield, and some of the mechanics and technology that Todd's excited about and what he's looking at as well, which was really cool. So yeah, really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for watching with me, guys. And I was reading the chat, but I didn't want to keep interrupting and pausing the video to read. So I'm sorry it wasn't like super interactive for those that came to watch live with me. But I personally enjoyed reading your commentary as we were watching. It was quite entertaining at times. So thanks so much, guys. I'll see you in the next stream. Goodbye.